Looking back now, I sometimes wonder if desperation makes people blind to warning signs. At 18, I was a freshman at the College of Charleston, juggling a load of classes, a part-time cafe job, and the constant anxiety of never having enough money. My dad had been out of the picture for years, and my mom, a nurse working double shifts back in Greenville, could only help so much. Rent, books, and groceries were like quicksand pulling me under, and no matter how many lattes I poured or dishes I cleared, I couldn't stay afloat. It was early October when I saw the flyer. A plain sheet of paper tacked to the library bulletin board with bold black letters across the top. Babysitter needed, good pay, evenings only. The phone number had those little tear-off strips at the bottom, and by the time I walked past, only 2 were left. My fingers ripped one free before I could even think. That night, after cramming for a psychology midterm, I dialed the number. A woman answered on the second ring. Her voice was low, rushed, carrying an edge of exhaustion. "This is Mrs. Harper," she said. "You saw my flyer?" I told her yes, I was looking for babysitting work. She asked a few questions about my availability and whether I had experience with children. Then she mentioned something that caught me off guard. "We actually have 2 sons. Lucas is 8, sweet boy, a little shy. Daniel is 24, but he's mentally challenged. He functions closer to the level of a child. He just needs supervision, his routine, and his evening medication." I didn't know what to say. Babysitting a grown man wasn't exactly what I'd signed up for. Maybe she sensed my hesitation, because she hurried on. "Daniel is gentle, truly. He just needs structure. We'll go over everything. The pay is $30 an hour." My chest tightened. That was double what I made pouring coffee, and I was already staring down an overdraft fee. Against the voice in my head whispering caution, I said yes. The following Saturday, I drove out to their home in West Ashley, past rows of aging houses tucked under heavy oak trees draped in Spanish moss. The Harper house sat at the end of a cul-de-sac, 2 stories with peeling blue shutters, the porch light glowing faintly in the dusk. Something about it seemed tired. Mrs. Harper met me at the door, dressed in scrubs, her purse dangling from her arm. Her husband, Dr. Harper, adjusted his tie in the foyer mirror, looking more like a man late for a meeting than a father about to leave his kids for the night. Their smiles were polite but strained, their eyes restless. "Lucas is easy," Mrs. Harper said, guiding me into the living room where a thin boy sat flipping through a comic book. "He's quiet until he warms up." Dr. Harper added, "Daniel likes video games and snacks. His medication is in the orange bottle on the kitchen counter. He takes it at 7. Please don't forget." The way he said it, sharp, deliberate, made me uneasy. I nodded anyway. What choice did I have? When I went upstairs to meet Daniel, I found him sitting cross-legged on the floor, a worn Nintendo controller in his hands. His frame was large, his shoulders broad, but when he looked up, his wide grin and rocking posture reminded me instantly of a child. "You're the babysitter?" he asked, eyes bright. "Yes," I said carefully. "I'm here to hang out tonight." He clapped once, loud enough to make me flinch. "We're gonna play Mario Kart." His laughter filled the room before it stopped abruptly, leaving silence that pressed down heavier than before. I forced a smile, but deep down, a knot had already started to twist in my stomach. The evening began almost normally. I set up snacks in the kitchen while Lucas showed me his favorite board game. He didn't say much, but when he did, his voice was small, cautious. Daniel stayed in the living room, glued to the TV, yelling and laughing at his video game. Every time his voice rose, Lucas's shoulders tensed. "Does he always get that excited?" I asked lightly, trying to ease the mood. Lucas shrugged, eyes fixed on the game board. "Sometimes." Then, after a pause, he whispered, "He's worse without his medicine." The words sank into me like ice water. By 6:50, I walked to the kitchen, my heart thudding. I found the orange pill bottle just where Dr. Harper had said, rattling the contents into my palm. 2 white tablets. Pouring a glass of water, I carried them into the living room. "Daniel," I said gently, "it's time for your medicine." He glanced up, controller still in hand. His smile was gone, replaced with a frown. "I don't want it tonight," he muttered. "You need it?" I said softly. "Your parents asked me to..." The words hadn't even left my mouth before his hand slammed down on the coffee table. The water glass tipped, spilling across the carpet. "Don't tell me what to do," he shouted. His voice cracked like a child's tantrum, but his size made the anger terrifying. Lucas flinched behind me, whispering, "Just let him." I froze, torn between following the parents' strict instructions and the fear curling inside me. Finally, I lowered the pills back into the bottle. "Okay, Daniel," I said, keeping my voice steady. "Maybe later." He stared at me for a long moment, then stomped back to his game, muttering something I couldn't make out. The rest of the night dragged under a thick cloud of tension. Every creak in the house made me jump. At one point, when I stepped into the hallway, I swore I heard footsteps upstairs. But Daniel was in the living room, and Lucas was pressed against my side. Later, as the clock neared 10, Lucas curled against the couch cushions, eyelids drooping. That's when I heard it, the faint sound of running water. I crept toward the hallway bathroom. The light was off. The room was empty. But on the tile floor, a set of wet footprints led away from the sink across the hall and toward the staircase. "Daniel," I whispered, my voice shaking. No answer. I must have dozed off sometime after midnight, sitting on the couch with Lucas tucked under a blanket beside me. His small body gave me some comfort, though my nerves stayed frayed. I didn't trust Daniel's silence upstairs. A sudden shake pulled me awake. Lucas's face was pale in the glow of the lamp. "Something's wrong," he whispered. "I heard Daniel in my room." My heart lurched. I stood, careful not to show panic, and hurried upstairs. Daniel's door was wide open. His bed was empty. From down the hall came a muffled noise, low and irregular. I pushed open Lucas's bedroom door. Daniel stood hunched over the small twin bed, his shoulders heaving. The lamp by the nightstand cast his face in harsh shadows, his eyes glassy, his hands trembling. For a second, I thought he was fixing the blanket. But then I saw the dark smear across his shirt, wet and glistening. My stomach dropped. "Daniel," I said, my voice breaking. "What are you doing?" He turned slowly, his expression twisted between a grin and a sob. "He wouldn't stop crying," he said, voice childlike, trembling. I had to make it quiet. The metallic scent hit me. Blood. I stumbled backward, my breath catching. "Oh my God!" On the bed beneath the covers, Lucas lay motionless. I screamed. The sound ripped out of me raw and loud, echoing through the walls. Daniel stepped closer, reaching out with stained hands. "You're not my mom," he whispered, almost pleading. My body moved before my mind could. I bolted down the hall, my feet pounding the stairs 2 at a time. Behind me, Daniel's heavy footsteps followed, shaking the floor. I tore into the kitchen, grabbed the cordless phone from the counter and dialed with shaking fingers. 911, what's your emergency?" "Help me," I sobbed. "He's killed his brother. He's coming after me, please." The crash of footsteps grew louder. I darted into the garage, slamming the door and locking it just as Daniel threw his weight against it. His fists pounded, his voice bellowing like a furious child. "You're not my mom. You can't make me." I slid to the cold concrete floor, clutching the phone to my ear, begging the operator to hurry. Minutes crawled by like hours until finally, the sound of sirens pierced the night. The garage door burst open as uniformed officers stormed inside. I scrambled back, crying, pointing at the house. Daniel's voice thundered from the hallway, roaring incoherent words until the police rushed him. I watched through the crack of the garage door as they tackled him to the ground. He thrashed, shrieking like a terrified child, his arms smeared in crimson. It took 3 officers to pin him. The Harpers arrived just as Daniel was being dragged out in handcuffs. Mrs. Harper's scream pierced the night, her knees buckling as she tried to push past the officers. Dr. Harper's face crumpled, horror etched into every line as he shouted his son's name. I sat frozen on the garage floor, unable to move, my body shaking uncontrollably. Paramedics rushed inside, but I already knew what they would find in that upstairs room. The chaos blurred together, neighbors gathering, red and blue lights flashing against the trees, officers questioning me as my voice trembled through every answer. Hours later, I finally walked out into the damp night air, clutching my backpack like a lifeline. The street was lined with squad cars, reporters already whispering behind camera lights. I kept walking until I reached my car, my legs stiff, my chest hollow. I never drove away from a house so fast. It has been years since that night. And still, I can't shake it. Sometimes I dream of Daniel's face, the strange mixture of a man's strength and a child's confusion. Sometimes I dream of Lucas's comic book, the last thing he held before everything spiraled into horror. People say time heals, but I don't believe that anymore. Time only dulls the edges of memory. The core remains, heavy and sharp. For months, I couldn't sleep without every creak of my apartment making me jump. I avoided babysitting, of course, and even my cafe job felt unbearable. Crowds, noises, men raising their voices. It all made me flinch. Therapy helped some. Talking about it, breaking it down piece by piece, naming the trauma. But nothing takes away the knowledge of what I saw, what I lived through. The Harpers moved away not long after. Rumor was Daniel was placed in a psychiatric facility. I never asked where. I never wanted to know. If there's any lesson in what happened, it's this. Desperation blinds you. I ignored the uneasy feeling in my gut because I needed money. I silenced my instincts because I thought responsibility meant pushing past fear. But instincts matter. Red flags matter. If something feels wrong, listen to yourself. No paycheck is worth ignoring that voice inside. Because sometimes when you ignore it, the nightmare that follows will haunt you for the rest of your life. By the time I reached my mid-20s, babysitting wasn't just a side hustle, it was a part of my identity. Parents trusted me with their children, their homes, their routines, and their peace of mind. I'd handled toddlers with fevers, teenagers testing boundaries, and every form of tantrum in between. Over the years, I'd learned to stay calm in emergencies, carry myself with confidence, and anticipate danger before it happened. At least, that's what I thought. It was a rainy Friday night in late spring of 2019, and I had settled into the kind of evening I secretly loved. Leftover pasta reheated on the stove, a blanket pulled over my lap, and the hum of my apartment's radiator lulling me into comfort. My phone buzzed on the counter. The number was unfamiliar, and normally I let those go to voicemail, but for some reason I answered. "Hi, is this Emily?" The voice was warm, female, almost trembling. "This is Lydia Brenner. A friend from church gave me your number. We're in a bind. Our sitter canceled last minute. Could you possibly come watch our son tonight? We'd be forever grateful. We'll pay generously." I pressed the phone to my ear, weighing it. I didn't know the Brenners. It was already past 8. Something inside me told me to decline, but then the word generously collided with the memory of my rent statement on the fridge. "Sure," I heard myself say. "Send me the address." The house was in a quiet Cincinnati suburb, the kind with old oak trees dripping rainwater onto long driveways and brick homes that seemed pulled out of a postcard. When I pulled up, the Brenner place glowed with golden light behind ivy-framed windows. Lydia opened the door before I even knocked, a navy dress hanging off her frame, perfume sharp and floral. She was beautiful, but her smile didn't quite reach her eyes. "Thank you so much," she said, handing me an envelope of cash before I could speak. "Our son Evan is in the living room. He's 10. Martin, my husband, and I will be back by midnight." Martin appeared behind her, tall and polite but strangely distracted. His gaze kept darting down the hallway behind me, as though he expected someone to emerge from the shadows. It unsettled me, though I tried not to show it. Inside, the warmth of the house felt welcoming enough, and in the living room, Evan sat cross-legged on a rug, glasses slipping down his nose as he mashed buttons on a video game controller. He looked up with shy curiosity, then smiled. "Hi," he said. "Want to play Mario with me?" I smiled back, grateful for the simplicity of children. "Of course," I said, settling in. As the rain streaked against the windows, I told myself this would be just another babysitting gig. But deep down, the unease that started with Martin's eyes hadn't gone anywhere. It was only waiting. Evan was a sweet kid, polite and eager to share his game with me. We played for nearly an hour, his laughter softening the heaviness of the storm outside. For a little while, I forgot the unease that had followed me in. But then Evan put down his controller abruptly and tilted his head toward the hallway. His eyes widened behind his glasses. "Do you hear that?" he whispered. I froze, listening. The rain tapped the glass, the refrigerator hummed, but nothing else. "Hear what?" I asked. "There's someone in the hallway." His voice was steady, too steady for a 10-year-old. I forced a chuckle. Houses make noises, especially in the rain. Wood swells, pipes creak. "No," he interrupted. "It's him. He's here again." Something about the way he said it, so sure, so resigned, made my skin prickle. I stood slowly, walking to the edge of the hallway. The floor creaked beneath me, and the shadows stretched long and dark. At the far end, a door stood ajar, just enough to suggest someone might be behind it. "Hello?" I called, trying to sound calm. My voice seemed to dissolve into the silence. When I turned back, Evan's face was pale. His gaze wasn't on me. It was fixed just over my shoulder. I spun around, and for a split second I saw it, a pale eye peering through the narrow gap of the closet door. My heart skipped. The door creaked shut an inch as if someone had just pulled back. Every instinct screamed at me. I walked quickly back to the living room, my face stiff with a smile that wasn't real. "See? Nothing there." But Evan's hands gripped the hem of his shirt. His voice trembled. "You saw him, didn't you?" I wanted to dismiss it. I wanted to say it was just my imagination, the storm playing tricks. But I had seen it. That unmistakable glint of an eye watching me. "Evan," I said carefully, "who do you think is in the hallway?" He shook his head, refusing to answer. His silence was worse than anything he might have said. I crouched down. "Listen, if there's someone here, we're going outside, right now." "But he doesn't like when I leave," Evan whispered. The words chilled me. He spoke like it was a rule, something ingrained. I didn't push further. I grabbed his hand, flicked off the TV, and guided him to the door. That's when a low voice drifted from the hallway, steady, male, too close. "It's okay, Evan. I'm here to watch you." My blood turned to ice. Evan clutched me so hard his nails dug into my arm. "That's not my dad's voice," he whispered. I bolted, dragging him with me, and threw open the front door. Rain hit us like needles, soaking my clothes in seconds. I fumbled for my phone, my hands shaking as I dialed 911. "There's someone in the house," I stammered. 2430 Willow Creek Lane. He's in the hallway closet. Please, send help." The dispatcher's calm voice grounded me as I clutched Evan, who was shivering against my chest. "Stay on the line. Officers are on their way." I stood in the driveway, rain plastering my hair to my face, staring at that glowing house as though it might swallow us whole. The minutes dragged like hours. My heart pounded so hard I thought it might burst. Then finally, flashing red and blue lights split the street. 2 officers sprinted toward us, and I pointed with a trembling hand. "He's in the house, in the hallway closet. He spoke to us." The officers exchanged a look, weapons drawn, and pushed through the door. I held Evan tight, whispering, "It's okay. You're safe." But even as I said it, I wasn't sure I believed it. When the officers re-emerged, their grips were firm on the arms of a man I'd never seen before. Mid-30s, gaunt, drenched, with darting eyes that wouldn't stay still. His hoodie clung to him from the rain, and his voice was calm in a way that made my stomach turn. "I was hired to babysit," he muttered, over and over. I was told to come tonight. Lydia and Martin pulled up moments later, rushing from their car. Lydia's scream split the night when she saw Evan clinging to me, soaked and shaking. Martin's face drained of all color when he caught sight of the man in cuffs. "Do you know him?" one officer asked. They both shook their heads violently. "Never," Martin said. His voice cracked. I overheard the other officer say quietly to his partner, "He's been inside a while. Food wrappers, blankets in the closet." The thought made me gag. He'd been living in their home, waiting, watching. I stayed long enough to give my statement, though my mind felt splintered. The Brenners thanked me through tears, Lydia clutching Evan as though she'd never let him go again. But behind their gratitude was a heavier truth, a shame that maybe they'd missed the signs, an unlocked window, a noise ignored, shadows dismissed as nothing. When I finally got home, I peeled off my soaked clothes and sat on the edge of my bed in silence. Every creak of my apartment made me jump. My eyes lingered on the closet door across the room until I finally got up and shoved a chair against it just to breathe. Sleep never came. I kept replaying that single moment, the pale eye watching me from the crack of the door. Even now, years later, when I babysit on occasion, I cannot walk down a hallway without turning on every light. I cannot hear the words, "I'm here to watch you," without my stomach twisting. Because that night, in a house that looked so ordinary from the outside, I learned a lesson I should have already known. Danger doesn't always announce itself with noise or violence. Sometimes it waits in silence, watching, patient, until the exact moment you let your guard down. The moral is simple but unforgettable. Never ignore your instincts. A babysitter's job isn't just to care for children, it's to protect them, even from dangers no one else wants to believe are real. When I think back to my childhood, I remember a neighborhood that looked like a Norman Rockwell painting had spilled out into real life. White picket fences, mailboxes shaped like barns, yards scattered with swing sets and trampolines. It was the early 2000s and I was 7 years old, living just outside Burlington, Vermont. On summer evenings, bikes clattered down the sidewalks until the streetlights blinked on. In fall, the air carried that crisp bite, and kids like me stomped through crunchy leaves on the way home from school. People left their doors unlocked. My mom never worried about me walking down the block to visit a friend. But what nobody tells you as a kid is that safety is only ever an illusion, a bubble your parents build for you. I didn't know that then. I believed in it fully, and I trusted that adults, the tall people with their car keys and deep voices and credit cards, were the guardians of that safety. They were the protectors. They were the ones who made the rules. One of the guardians I loved most was my cousin Jenna. She was 16 at the time, a high school sophomore with braces and streaks of blue in her hair. She babysat me often, and I thought she was the coolest person alive. She wasn't the type who shoved you in front of a TV and scrolled through her phone all night. She painted her nails at the kitchen table, read magazines out loud just to make me laugh at the gossip, and let me stay up an extra half hour if I promised not to tell my mom. The night it happened was late October. The trees outside had already turned bare, branches scratching at the sky like bony hands. My parents were going to a neighborhood dinner party, and Jenna arrived right before dusk, lugging her backpack full of homework and a couple of glossy magazines. She dropped them on the couch and ruffled my hair. "Don't worry," she said to my mom, grinning like she had everything under control. "I've got him. We'll be fine." I remember feeling so safe watching my parents walk out the door, leaving me with Jenna. I had no way of knowing that a neighbor's smile could be more dangerous than the dark outside. The house felt cozy that night. Our living room was small, with wood-paneled walls and a big bay window looking out over the quiet street. The TV hummed softly while I sat at the coffee table coloring. Jenna sat nearby with her chemistry notes spread across her lap, muttering formulas to herself. Outside, the wind rattled the bare branches, and dry leaves skittered across the sidewalk. Around 7:30, the landline rang. Jenna answered it, her voice dropping to a hushed tone. After a quick exchange, she hung up, frowning. "It's my friend," she said, tucking the phone under her chin as she grabbed her jacket. "She needs me to drop something off real quick. I'll be gone 10 minutes tops. Stay here, okay? Don't open the door for anyone." I nodded. At 7, I believed every word she said. She was older, responsible. If she said 10 minutes, it meant 10 minutes. The house changed once she left. It felt bigger, emptier. The TV flickered, filling the silence, but every creak of the floorboards or sigh of the furnace seemed louder. I curled up on the couch, clutching a pillow, waiting for the sound of her car pulling back in the driveway. Instead, I heard 3 knocks on the front door, steady, measured. I froze. My first thought was Jenna. Maybe she forgot something. I rushed to the door and flung it open. It wasn't Jenna, it was Mr. Lawrence. Mr. Lawrence lived 2 houses down. He was in his 50s, heavy-set, with thinning gray hair and glasses that always slid down his nose. I'd seen him mow his lawn, wave at my parents across the fence, sometimes stop at the mailbox. He was just another neighbor, another adult I assumed was safe. That night, though, he didn't look safe. He smiled, but the smile didn't match his eyes. It was too wide, stretched across his face like he'd practiced it in the mirror. "Hey there, buddy," he said softly. His voice carried a false warmth, like he was pretending to be gentle. "Is Jenna here?" I shook my head. "She went out." His smile tightened. So you're here alone?" The way he said it made my stomach twist. I gripped the doorknob harder. "Why don't you let me wait inside?" he asked, leaning slightly forward. "It's cold out here." I was raised to be polite, to say yes to adults, to not argue. My instinct was to open the door wider, to let him step in. But something stopped me. Maybe it was fear, maybe just a child's unexplainable intuition, but I shook my head. "My parents said I can't let anyone in," I muttered. His smile faltered. For a split second, his face looked like something cracked through the surface. Frustration, anger, I don't know. Then he chuckled, low and dry. "You're a good boy," he said, though the words sounded disappointed. "Always following the rules." He turned, walked down the steps and disappeared into the night. Minutes later, headlights swept across the driveway. Jenna walked in, shaking the cold from her jacket, and found me pale-faced on the couch. "What's wrong?" she asked, kneeling down. I told her everything. About the knock, about Mr. Lawrence asking to come inside, about how he smiled. Her face drained of color. She locked the door, yanked the curtains shut, and sat on the couch beside me, pulling me close. "Don't open the door again," she whispered firmly. When my parents came home later, Jenna told them. They exchanged uneasy looks, but then brushed it off. "He probably just wanted to borrow something," my dad said. "Don't make a big deal out of it." But Jenna's eyes told me she didn't buy that explanation. For the rest of the night, she kept glancing at the window, her shoulders tense. As a kid, I didn't think much of it after. Life moved on. School, friends, growing up. That night blurred into the background like a bad dream. It wasn't until years later that the memory came back with new weight. I was 19, home from college for the summer, when my mom mentioned it casually over breakfast. She was flipping through the paper, sipping coffee. "Did you hear about Mr. Lawrence?" she asked. "He was arrested last month. They said he'd been luring kids in neighboring towns. Terrible things. Just awful." I froze, spoon halfway to my mouth. My mom kept talking, but I didn't hear her. All I could see was his smile. The question, "So you're here alone?" It hit me like a delayed punch. That night hadn't been harmless. It hadn't been a neighborly visit. I'd been one polite answer away from disaster. The memory haunts me still. Sometimes when I'm alone, I hear those 3 knocks echoing on the door. I imagine if I had stepped aside, if Jenna had taken longer, if I had been too polite to say no. What I learned is something I carry to this day. Danger doesn't always look like a shadow in the hallway or a monster under the bed. Sometimes it looks like a neighbor, smiling on your porch, waiting for you to invite it inside. The moral of my story is simple but sharp. Trust your instincts, no matter how young or small you are. Politeness should never come at the cost of safety. Not every adult deserves your trust, and sometimes the scariest dangers are the ones that seem the most ordinary. If I close my eyes, I can still see the glow of the neon sign flickering against the rain-soaked pavement that night. Tacoma was always wet in December, the kind of wet that seeps into your bones no matter how many layers you wear. That Friday, December 14th, 2012, started like any other, mundane, uneventful, and quietly boring. But it ended in a way I never could have imagined, a night that carved itself into my memory with jagged edges that still sting today. I was 17 back then, right on the edge of adulthood, though I didn't feel like it. My parents had gone out for their anniversary dinner downtown and left me responsible for my 12-year-old sister, Lena. Babysitting her wasn't unusual. I'd done it 100 times before. But that night, I didn't feel like sitting around the house alone with her. Our neighborhood always felt too quiet at night, like the silence itself was listening. So I suggested something different. "Let's go hang out with Travis at work," I told her. Travis was my cousin, a couple years older, and he had landed a night shift job at the 7-Eleven on East 38th Street. It wasn't glamorous, but he never minded me stopping by. He always said having family there made the hours go faster. "Are you sure Mom and Dad would be okay with that?" Lena asked. She was cautious by nature, the kind of kid who read warning labels on cereal boxes. "They'll be fine with it," I assured her. "It's better than sitting around in that creaky house by ourselves. Plus, free Slurpees." That was all the convincing she needed. We threw on our jackets, and by 10:45, we were perched inside the store like two birds out of place. The 7-Eleven wasn't much. Yellowed fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting everything in a sickly pale hue. The aisles smelled faintly of burnt coffee and cheap floor cleaner. Outside, a single streetlight flickered, making the parking lot look like a stage for something bad waiting to happen. But at the time, I thought it felt safe, bright, monitored, cameras in every corner, and with Travis behind the counter, we weren't really alone. Lena spread her math homework across one of the tiny plastic tables near the window, while I flipped through a tabloid magazine. Travis leaned against the register, half listening to some tinny song on the radio, and joked about how he was living the dream, endless access to taquitos and day-old donuts. For a while, it felt ordinary. So ordinary that I almost forgot about my grandmother. Evelyn Bennett lived just a few blocks from us, though lived is a generous way to put it. She existed there, more ghost than person. My mother had cut ties years ago, after Evelyn's paranoia and untreated schizophrenia had grown too dangerous to ignore. She would disappear for weeks, sometimes show up at our doorstep, demanding to see us, insisting the world was out to get her. My mom always told me, "She's not safe, Claire. She's not herself anymore." Still, Lena sometimes asked about her. That night, she looked up from her homework, chewing on her pencil. "Do you think Grandma knows we're here?" I laughed softly. "No, Lena. She doesn't even know where we are." But even as the words left my mouth, I felt a chill crawl up my arms. Because if there was one thing I'd learned about Evelyn, it was that she had a way of appearing exactly where you didn't expect her. And as it turned out, I was right. The bell above the door jingled at exactly 11:30. At first, I didn't look up. I figured it was just another customer grabbing smokes or beer before midnight. But when Lena's hand gripped my arm, nails digging through my sleeve, I raised my head. It was her. Grandma Evelyn stood in the doorway, rain dripping from her too large coat. She looked thinner than I remembered, her hair unkempt and sticking to her damp cheeks. Her eyes darted across the store before landing on us, widening in relief. "Girls," she whispered, her voice trembling but oddly soft. "You're here. You're safe." Lena's grip tightened, and I swallowed hard, forcing a smile that didn't reach my eyes. "Grandma," I said carefully, standing to my feet. "It's late. What are you doing here?" Her gaze flickered toward the glass door, then back to me. I couldn't sleep. I had to make sure he doesn't get you. Travis straightened behind the counter, his eyebrows raised in question. I gave him a look that said, "Don't do anything yet." Evelyn stepped further inside, water dripping from her sleeves onto the linoleum. She began pacing the aisles, muttering to herself. Every so often she'd pick up a snack, examine it, then drop it back onto the shelf with unnecessary force. "She's scaring me," Lena whispered. "Can we just go home?" But the rain outside was coming down harder now, and Evelyn hovered near the door like a guard. Leaving didn't feel like an option. At one point, she reached into her bag and pulled out a handful of pill bottles, shaking them like rattles. "They want me to forget," she hissed. "But I won't. He's outside. He's watching." The words hung heavy in the stale store air. "Do you want me to call the cops?" Travis whispered when Evelyn turned away. I shook my head. I knew the police had been called on her before. Each time ended the same, with her crying, begging, insisting she wasn't dangerous. She wasn't a criminal. She was sick, but sickness could still be dangerous. I walked closer, lowering my voice. "Grandma, you're scaring Lena. Why don't you sit down? Have some coffee? Warm up a little?" Her eyes locked onto mine, and for a brief second I saw something. Recognition, love, fear, all tangled together. But then it was gone, replaced by something darker. "You don't understand, Claire," she whispered, leaning in. "He's coming tonight." And the way she said it, I almost believed her. By midnight, the store was empty except for us. The freezers hummed. The rain pounded against the windows. My chest felt tight with every second that passed. Evelyn had seated herself at our tiny table now, directly across from Lena. Her hands trembled as she reached forward, brushing a strand of hair from Lena's face. "You look just like your mother when she was your age," she whispered. Lena recoiled, and I yanked the chair back quickly. "Don't touch her," I snapped. Evelyn's face twisted. "Don't you tell me what I can do. I raised your mother, and she turned her back on me. Do you think you're better? You're not safe, Claire, none of you are." The words sliced through the air. Travis leaned over the counter, mouthing again, "Call the cops." I shook my head once more, though my resolve was crumbling. My grandmother wasn't just confused tonight, she was spiraling. Every glance at the door, every muttered phrase about him, made the hairs on my neck rise. I tried again, softer this time. "Grandma, please, no one's coming. You're safe here. We're safe." But she wouldn't hear it. She stared at the glass door, her eyes wide and unblinking. "He waits until the lights go out," she murmured. "That's when he comes." I felt a chill so deep I thought I might shake apart. The rational part of me knew it was delusion, a figment of her sickness. But the other part, the part that had grown up hearing creaks in the night and whispers in dark hallways, couldn't shake the possibility that she was right. At 12:20, she suddenly stood, knocking the table over. Lena's soda spilled across the floor, her homework scattering. Evelyn's voice rang out sharp and frantic. "Time's running out. We have to hide." She lunged for Lena's wrist, her grip shockingly strong. Lena screamed, jerking back. "Stop it," I yelled, shoving her arm away. "You're hurting her." For a split second, Evelyn froze, staring at me as though she didn't recognize who I was. Then she turned and staggered toward the restroom, muttering about locking the door before he arrives. That was when Travis picked up the phone and called the police. The wait for the police felt like hours. Lena sobbed quietly beside me, clutching my arm so tight it hurt. I kept whispering that it would be okay, though I didn't believe it. From behind the locked bathroom door, Evelyn's voice drifted out in fragments. "He knows. He's close. Don't let him take them." Her words echoed in that empty store, every syllable gnawing at me. When the flashing lights finally spilled across the wet parking lot, relief hit me so hard my knees nearly buckled. 2 officers entered, calm but cautious. Travis pointed toward the bathroom. It took nearly 30 minutes of coaxing before Evelyn finally emerged. She looked smaller now, shrunken, her fury drained. When one officer gently took her arm, she didn't resist. She only whispered, "I kept them safe. I did what I had to." They led her out into the rain, her silhouette illuminated by red and blue strobes. Lena wouldn't stop crying. She buried her face against me, trembling. I stroked her hair, repeating, "It's over. It's okay now," though my chest still pulsed with unease. But even then, even as I watched them guide my grandmother into the back of a cruiser, I couldn't shake her words. "He's coming tonight." And I wondered, what if she hadn't been entirely wrong? 2 weeks later, Evelyn was gone. An untreated infection had taken her before the hospital could help. When my mother told me, I didn't know what to feel. Grief, yes, but also guilt. Guilt for being afraid of her. Guilt for being relieved that she was gone. In the years since, I've replayed that night 1,000 times. The rain on the glass, the flicker of the neon sign, my grandmother's eyes, wild and desperate, begging us to believe her. Sometimes I wonder if she truly saw something that night. Maybe the man outside was only a shadow in her mind, born of sickness. But sometimes when I pass a convenience store late at night, I catch my own reflection in the window and wonder if someone else is watching too. The truth is, it doesn't matter whether the danger was real or imagined. That night taught me something I'll never forget. Fear doesn't always wear the face of a stranger. Sometimes it wears the face of someone you love, someone who once kissed you goodnight and baked you cookies after school. And it taught me another lesson too, one I'll carry for the rest of my life. Mental illness doesn't make someone less human, but ignoring it can make them dangerous. My grandmother needed help long before that night. Help she never got. The moral I carry is simple but hard-earned. Love isn't enough without action. You can love someone with all your heart, but if you ignore their sickness, if you leave them alone in the dark with their demons, eventually those demons come spilling out. And sometimes, they come for you. Looking back, I don't know why I thought it was a good idea. Maybe it was my teenage brain convincing me I could handle more than I could. Maybe it was the need to distract two restless kids on a long summer night. Or maybe it was just that mix of boredom and overconfidence that seems to live in every 17-year-old. It was Saturday, June 3, 2017, in Phoenix, Arizona, and the heat still clung to the air even though the sun had set. The Lambert family lived a few houses down from mine, and I had been babysitting their kids, Lucas, 9, and Mia, 6, for almost a year. Their parents, Mark and Danielle, were the kind of neighbors who waved from their driveway and always promised extra cash if I stayed late. They were headed to a wedding that night and told me they'd be home after midnight. When the kids begged for snacks, I figured a quick trip to the 7-Eleven on West Bethany Home Road would be harmless. It was close, maybe a 5-minute walk, and I thought the bright lights and open doors would be safer than sitting in a quiet house for hours. I didn't tell the Lamberts because honestly, I knew they wouldn't approve. But it felt like such a small risk at the time. The night was restless. Lucas had been bouncing off the walls, challenging every rule, while Mia stayed quiet, drawing at the kitchen table, occasionally glancing at me with those wide eyes of hers. She had a way of sensing tension that most kids her age wouldn't. When I suggested the snack run, Lucas cheered and bolted for his shoes. Mia hesitated, asking softly if it would be dark on the way there. I promised her the streetlights would be on and we'd be fine. We cut across the neighborhood, the sidewalk still warm under our sneakers, the hum of air conditioners buzzing from nearly every house. The 7-Eleven stood at the corner beside an auto shop and a laundromat that was dark and closed for the night. Its neon sign flickered, bathing the lot in a pale green glow. A silver sedan sat under a crooked streetlight, its engine running low and steady. I remember that detail now, but at the time it barely registered. Inside, the store smelled like overcooked hot dogs and cleaning solution. The cashier, a young guy who couldn't have been more than 20, leaned against the counter with earbuds tucked in, nodding to some beat only he could hear. Lucas darted to the candy aisle like it was a treasure hunt, while Mia stayed close to me, her fingers curled into the hem of my shirt. She whispered, "It feels weird in here." I squeezed her hand and smiled. "It's just late, that's all. We'll be quick." At that moment, nothing about the store screamed danger. It was just another convenience store with buzzing lights and tired shelves. But even then, some instinct pressed against the back of my mind. Something uneasy I ignored. That was the first mistake. I kept telling myself it was just a snack run. That mantra circled in my head as I guided Mia toward the chips. Lucas had already picked up a candy bar, eyeing the energy drinks with the kind of longing kids save for things they know they can't have. "Can I get one?" he asked, holding up a neon green can. I shook my head. "Nice try. Candy's fine, but no caffeine bombs at 10 at night." He sighed dramatically, muttering, "You're no fun," before stomping down the aisle. It was typical Lucas, stubborn and dramatic, but harmless. I turned back to Mia, who was staring at the freezer doors like they might open by themselves. "What about ice cream?" I asked, trying to lighten the mood. She smiled faintly, but her grip on my hand tightened. That's when I noticed Lucas had wandered toward the back of the store. "Lucas," I called, "stay where I can see you." "Stay." No answer. Just the soft sound of his sneakers scuffing against the linoleum. I felt irritation spark in my chest, but beneath it was a flicker of unease. I started to follow, tugging Mia along, but before I could reach him, he reappeared, holding the same candy bar as before. "Relax," he said, though his voice was quieter than usual. His eyes kept darting toward the rear storage room. "What's wrong?" I asked. "Nothing," he muttered quickly, shoving the candy bar into his pocket. Something about his face unsettled me. He wasn't scared exactly, but he wasn't himself either. I wanted to press him, but with Mia watching, I let it go. I figured he'd just spooked himself in the dim back corner. At the counter, I fumbled with my wallet while Mia tugged my sleeve. "Why is that man looking at us?" she whispered. My chest tightened. Slowly, I turned, and there he was. A tall man in a dark hoodie, standing halfway down the snack aisle. He wasn't holding anything, wasn't pretending to shop. He was just watching. The cashier didn't notice, still nodding to his music. My palms went slick as I forced a smile at the kids. "Come on, time to go." I grabbed their hands and headed for the door. My pulse pounded in my ears, but I tried to stay calm, to keep it normal. But then Lucas yanked his hand free. "I left something," he shouted and bolted back toward the rear of the store. "Lucas!" I screamed, panic rising like fire in my throat. And that's when everything began to unravel. Dragging Mia beside me, I sprinted toward the back. When I turned the corner, my stomach dropped. Lucas stood in the open doorway of the employees-only storage room. Kneeling beside him was the man in the hoodie. He leaned close, whispering something I couldn't hear. Lucas's face was pale, frozen between curiosity and fear. "Lucas!" I yelled. The man's head snapped up. His face was shadowed by the hood, but I caught the glint of teeth in a grin that felt all wrong, too sharp, too deliberate. Without a word, he shoved past me. For a second, I thought he was leaving. Relief almost washed over me. Then I realized he had grabbed Mia. Her scream sliced through the store. I lunged forward, but the man was faster. He barreled toward the exit, dragging her small frame against his chest. I shouted for help, my voice hoarse, but the cashier only pulled out his earbuds in confusion. "What's going on?" he stammered, too late. By the time I reached the glass doors, the man had burst into the night. The silver sedan under the flickering streetlight roared to life. Tires screeched, headlights flared, and then it was gone. Mia's scream fading into the distance. I collapsed onto the pavement outside, my legs trembling so hard I could barely stand. Lucas ran into me, sobbing uncontrollably, his fists clutching my shirt. "I'm sorry," he kept repeating. "It's my fault. He told me he knew Mom. He told me to come see." I wrapped my arms around him, trying to steady us both. But the night tilted out of balance. My voice cracked as I screamed for someone, anyone, to call the police. The hum of the neon sign buzzed above me, indifferent, as if nothing had happened at all. The police arrived within minutes, red and blue lights washing over the rain-slick pavement. I tried to recount everything, the man, the hoodie, the silver sedan, but the details slipped through my mind like water. I could only remember fragments, the way his smile cut across his face, the grip of his arms around Mia, the sound of tires screeching as the car disappeared. The officers spoke calmly, their notebooks open, but I could hear the urgency in their voices when they radioed in the description. Lucas sat in the back of a squad car wrapped in a blanket, still crying that it was his fault. "It's not your fault," I told him over and over, even though part of me wanted to scream that it was. That if he hadn't run off, if he hadn't trusted that stranger, none of this would have happened. But I couldn't blame him. He was 9 years old, and I was the one who should have known better. The Lamberts arrived within the hour, faces pale and twisted with terror. Danielle collapsed against an officer when she realized Mia was gone, her sobs echoing across the parking lot. Mark's eyes found mine, and in that look I saw everything he didn't say. "You were supposed to keep them safe." For weeks, Phoenix was plastered with flyers of Mia's face. Volunteers combed neighborhoods, officers knocked on doors, and every night the news carried her story. A little girl with wide brown eyes, last seen at a 7-Eleven with her babysitter. But no one found her. The sedan was never traced. The man in the hoodie might as well have disappeared. I spent those weeks replaying the night in my head until it blurred into nightmares. I saw her hand slipping from mine. I heard her scream echoing in my ears until I wanted to tear them off. I walked through every detail, punishing myself for not leaving sooner, for not recognizing the danger, for thinking a convenience store was safer than home. The Lamberts never blamed me out loud. Danielle hugged me once and whispered, "You did your best." But I saw it in their eyes every time. The question that would never leave them. Why didn't you do more? Years have passed, but the memory of that night clings to me like a shadow. Sometimes when I drive past that same 7-Eleven, I have to pull over because the sight of the buzzing lights and the smell of burnt coffee pouring from the door makes my chest tighten until I can't breathe. I still babysit sometimes, though rarely. I lock every door the moment parents leave, and I never ever take kids out of the house at night. But no rule I follow now can erase what happened. Lucas is older now, a teenager himself. He avoids me when we cross paths, and I don't blame him. I remind him of the night he lost his sister, of the scream that split our lives in two. The Lamberts moved a few years later, chasing a fresh start, though I doubt they ever found it. As for me, I carry the regret like a scar no one can see. I dream about Mia, her small hand in mine, her voice whispering she didn't like how the store felt at night. Maybe she knew. Maybe she sensed what I refused to acknowledge. That safety is never guaranteed. Not in bright lights, not in quiet neighborhoods, not even in the places we trust most. The lesson came too late, but it's one I'll never forget. When you're responsible for someone else, their safety is never a small risk. One wrong decision can change everything, and the cruelest part of regret is knowing you can never go back and make it right. Sometimes the biggest dangers hide in ordinary places, and responsibility means never ignoring the small voice that tells you something isn't right. The cost of underestimating risk can be irreversible, and regret is the heaviest burden to carry. I used to think autumn nights in Oregon had a beauty to them. The smell of wet leaves, the amber glow of streetlights against slick pavement, the faint smoke rising from chimneys. It was the kind of atmosphere people wrote poems about. But now, whenever October comes around, I remember a night when that same atmosphere turned from comforting to suffocating. It was Thursday, October 10th, 2019. I was 16, babysitting for the Henderson family. They lived on a quiet street not far from Lancaster Drive. the kind of suburban pocket that sat just close enough to the busier side of town that you never fully felt safe walking alone after dark. They had 2 kids, Lucas, age 8, and Emma, age 6. Both sweet kids who went to bed without a fight that night. By 9:30, the house was silent except for the sound of rain hitting the gutters. Babysitting had been my way of helping my mom since I was 13. She worked long shifts as a nurse, sometimes doubling, and I knew how badly we needed the money. My dad hadn't been around in years, so I felt like every extra dollar I earned mattered. Still, part of me liked the responsibility. Babysitting gave me control, or at least the illusion of it. That night, though, the silence inside the house was so heavy that I felt trapped. I stepped onto the porch to breathe in the cold air, pulling my hoodie tighter against the drizzle. From there, I could see the glow of the 7-Eleven sign across the intersection. Its red and green neon shimmered in the wet pavement, always humming, always awake. In a town where most places shut down early, that little convenience store was a constant reminder that not everyone was asleep. I never thought much of it before. To me, 7-Eleven was just a place where kids my age got Slurpees after school or where truckers parked their rigs for a late-night coffee. But that night, it became something else. At first, nothing seemed unusual. Cars hissed down the wet road now and then, their headlights slicing through the mist. But around 10:15, I caught sight of something that made my breath stick in my throat. A man stumbled into view, illuminated under the harsh fluorescent lights of the store. He was tall, soaked from the rain, and hunched forward as though he were hurt. At first I thought he might be drunk. We got plenty of those wandering out from the bars on Lancaster. But then he gripped his side, leaning hard against the payphone outside the store. Even from across the street, I could see the smear of something dark on his sleeve. Blood. My first instinct was worry. My second was fear. I stepped back from the porch, pulling the door shut behind me. But curiosity gnawed at me, and I peeked through the living room curtains again. He was still there, slumped against the payphone, head bowed as if he might collapse. My chest tightened. He needed help. But I was just a kid inside a house that wasn't mine, responsible for 2 sleeping children. My stomach churned as I debated whether to pick up the phone. Finally, I did. I dialed the non-emergency police line, trying to keep my voice calm as I explained, "There's a man outside near the 7-Eleven. He looks hurt." The operator asked for details. I glanced out again and my heart nearly stopped. The man wasn't by the payphone anymore. He was standing across the street, on the corner, and he was staring directly at the Hendersons' house. I froze at the window. He didn't move, didn't wave, didn't even shift his weight. He just stood there in the rain, shoulders slouched, head tilted ever so slightly like he was studying the house. I whispered into the phone, "He's across the street now, he's watching the house." The dispatcher's tone sharpened. "Stay inside. Keep the doors locked. Officers are on the way." I hung up, my hands trembling. I told myself he was probably drunk and disoriented. Maybe he didn't even see me. Maybe I was imagining the way his eyes seemed to fix on the living room window. But then, a thought slid in and lodged itself in my mind. What if he saw the lights on and knew I was here? I killed the lamp beside the couch, plunging the room into darkness. My reflection stared back at me in the glass, pale and scared. The minutes dragged. Every tick of the clock was loud enough to set my nerves on edge. Upstairs, I checked on Lucas and Emma, who were sound asleep, their small breaths steady. For a second, I envied their innocence, the way danger was still just a word in their world, not something standing across the street in the rain. I returned to the living room and pulled the curtains tighter. That's when the knock came. 3 slow, deliberate knocks. I jumped, my heart slamming against my ribs. My eyes flew to the front door. Through the peephole, I saw him. The man from the parking lot. His hood was down now, dark hair plastered to his forehead, his skin pale under the porch light. He leaned against the frame like he might collapse. "Please," he rasped. His voice was hoarse, desperate. I need help. Just a phone. Just let me inside. My mouth went dry. Everything in me screamed not to open the door. But another part, the part my mom had raised me with, hesitated. What if he really was hurt? What if this was life or death? I've called someone for you, I managed to say, my voice shaking. The police are on their way. The change in his tone was instant. The pleading cracked into something sharp. Don't do that, he snapped. His eyes lifted to the peephole, and for a moment it felt like he could see me staring back. I don't need the cops. Just let me in. It'll be easier. Easier. The word chilled me more than anything. I backed away from the door, clutching the house phone like it was a weapon. Every sound in the house seemed amplified. The drip of rain from the eaves, the hum of the fridge, even my own ragged breathing. Then came the sound of footsteps on the porch. Slow. Heavy. He wasn't leaving. He was circling. The rain hammered harder, making the roof creak. I crouched low in the hallway, every muscle tight, listening to his movements. The scrape of a shoe against siding, the faint thud near the windows, then silence. For 10 agonizing minutes, I lived in that silence. My mind painted pictures of him crawling along the walls, peering into cracks, testing locks. I gripped the handle of a kitchen knife I'd grabbed in panic, my palms slick with sweat. A sudden thud rattled the glass of the back door. I nearly dropped the knife. He was testing that one now. I bolted upstairs and cracked the kid's door open. Lucas stirred, sitting up groggily. What's wrong? He whispered. Shh, I hissed. Stay in here. Don't come out no matter what. Promise me. His wide eyes met mine. He nodded. Emma didn't even stir. I shut the door softly and pressed my back against it, breathing hard. From below came a voice, muffled but clear enough to slice through the storm. You're making a mistake. You'll regret this. It wasn't pleading anymore. It was a promise. I pressed the phone to my ear again, whispering to the dispatcher who was still on the line. He's still here. He's trying the doors. Officers are close, she assured me. Stay upstairs. Stay safe. But safe wasn't how I felt. Safe felt like a fairy tale, and I was trapped in a house that suddenly seemed fragile, its walls paper thin against whatever was outside. Then, silence again. No footsteps, no voice. Just the rain. I didn't know if that was better or worse. Red and blue lights finally cut through the rain, washing across the curtains like salvation. I sagged against the wall, relief crashing over me so hard I almost cried. But when the officers moved through the yard with flashlights, they found nothing. The man was gone, vanished into the dark beyond the 7-Eleven's glow. One officer, tall with tired eyes, asked me to recount everything. His pen scratched on a small notepad as I told him about the blood, the knock, the circling footsteps. When I repeated the words, "It'll be easier," he frowned. "Probably some drifter," he said finally. "Maybe got into a fight. Happens around here more than you think. You did the right thing not letting him in." But his expression told me he wasn't sure. The officers promised to patrol the area, then left me with their card and a warning to keep the doors locked. The house felt emptier once they were gone, like their presence had been a shield I didn't realize I needed until it was gone. I stayed awake until the Hendersons returned after midnight, smiling and thanking me as if nothing unusual had happened. I didn't tell them everything, just that someone had knocked and the police had come. Their relief was quick and shallow. I don't think they ever grasped how close it had felt. When I finally got home, my mom hugged me tight, confused by the way I clung to her. I couldn't find the words to explain. In the weeks that followed, I couldn't stop replaying the night. The knock, his shifting voice, the sound of his footsteps against the siding, and that phrase, "It'll be easier." What would have been easier? If I'd opened the door? If I'd let him inside with 2 sleeping kids upstairs? The thought made my stomach twist. But another thought haunted me too. What if he really had been hurt? What if I'd let someone die out there in the rain because I was too afraid? Both possibilities gnawed at me. I avoided Lancaster Drive for months, but eventually life forced me past the 7-Eleven again. The neon still flickered, the pavement still reflected its colors in the rain, but to me it wasn't just a convenience store anymore. It was a reminder. Sometimes when I can't sleep, I still hear his voice in my head, whispering through the storm. You'll regret this. Maybe he was right, because no matter how much time passes, I still do. Fear can cloud judgment, but so can misplaced kindness. That night taught me that protecting those you're responsible for must come before every other impulse, even compassion. Because sometimes danger doesn't announce itself with malice. It comes wearing desperation. And the hardest part of growing up is learning when to lock the door and keep it shut. I was 21, fresh out of college with a degree that hadn't quite paid off yet, so I was doing what most young adults in my situation do. I was piecing together an income through odd jobs. Babysitting was the most reliable source. That's how I ended up with the Masons, a seemingly perfect, sweet family with 2 little girls, 6-year-old Lily and 4-year-old Emma. They lived in an immaculate, newly built home in one of those suburban developments where every lawn is manicured and every porch looks like a magazine spread. The Mason house was a palace of light and modernity. It was all huge, open-concept living spaces, high ceilings, and walls of glass. The first thing that drew your eye was the massive kitchen island, a gleaming, smooth slab of white quartz that sat directly across from the living room couch. The entire area, from the kitchen to the living room, was bathed in light from the wall of sliding glass doors overlooking their pristine backyard, which backed up to a heavily wooded nature preserve. The Masons were easy to work for. Their routine was clockwork. Dinner, bath, stories, and the girls were asleep by 9:30 p.m., leaving me with hours of quiet, well-paid downtime. It was, I thought, the easiest gig I'd ever had. I settled into the plush couch that night, around 10:45 p.m., the house settling around me. It was too quiet, perhaps, but that's what made it perfect. The only light on downstairs was a small table lamp near the sofa, and the soft glow spilling in from the backyard security light. I was slumped down, half scrolling through my phone, half watching a rerun on the huge flat-screen TV. The house felt cavernous and still. It was precisely 11:03 p.m. when I looked up. It wasn't a sudden movement or a sound that caught my attention. It was just a natural, lazy glance toward the kitchen. And that's when I saw it. Across the smooth, white surface of the island, a shadow was cast. Not a faint, wavering shadow from a tree branch or a car headlight, but a tall, perfectly defined human silhouette. It was standing just on the other side of the island, where the built-in shelving and stools were. It was utterly still. I slowly brought my phone down, my thumb hovering over the keypad. My breath hitched in my throat. My mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation. Was it my own shadow? No. The light was behind me, and this shadow was too tall, too defined, and positioned exactly as if a person were standing upright, facing me, on the opposite side of the counter. The kitchen was massive. There was no light source that could cast a shadow like that, so sharp and motionless from that location. I squeezed my eyes shut, counted to 3, and opened them again. The silhouette was still there, a block of dark against the pale quartz. It didn't waver, didn't shift. It was just standing there. I slowly reached for my phone, my hand trembling now, ready to call 911. My fingers brushed the smooth glass of the screen, and in that exact second, as my hand moved, the shadow didn't flicker or run. It simply vanished. One moment, the tall, perfectly defined shape was there. The next, the smooth white countertop was empty. It was as if someone had just switched off a projector aimed at the wall, but there was no projector and no wall. There was just nothing. I sat there for 5 minutes, heart pounding against my ribs, convinced I was hallucinating from exhaustion. I stood up, walked into the kitchen, and flipped on the overhead lights. The space was bright, sterile, and perfectly empty. I rationalized it. A trick of the eye, light adjusting, maybe a smudge on the glass door that briefly caught the light just right. But the knot of dread in my stomach told me otherwise. 10 minutes later, I decided I needed to move, to do something normal to break the silent tension of the house. I went upstairs to check on the girls. Their large bedroom was at the end of the hall, a room they shared with matching twin beds and a ridiculous amount of stuffed animals. I opened the door softly, careful not to creak the hinges, and paused to let my eyes adjust. They had a small nightlight glowing near the dresser, and immediately, I saw it again. It wasn't a shadow this time. It was something worse. It was a dense, absolute lack of light. A solid black void that looked like someone had cut a silhouette, not out of paper, but out of the very air in the room. It was positioned directly in the corner between the dresser and the large built-in closet. It was the exact same size and shape as the silhouette I had seen in the kitchen, tall, human-shaped, and perfectly still. Unlike a shadow, which fades or diffuses, this was a block of darkness that defied the room's soft nightlight. It was just present, an absence of visual information, an impossible static hole in the illuminated room. My breath stalled in my chest. I couldn't scream. I couldn't even move my feet. I just stood rooted to the carpet, breathing fast and shallow, trying to logically place the source. A piece of clothing hung on the door? No, the closet door was fully shut. A trick of the window light? No, the blinds were closed tight, and the light source was inside the room. This thing was a block of darkness, a perfect, absolute silhouette. The logical part of my brain finally kicked in, screaming at me to find a cause. I forced myself to move, walking slowly, deliberately, across the room. My heart hammered so hard I thought the sound would wake the girls. As I approached the corner, the cold dread intensified. I reached out a shaking hand, and, with a metallic click that sounded deafeningly loud in the silence, flicked on the main overhead light. The light flooded the room, the brightness immediate and absolute. The black silhouette vanished instantly, swallowed whole by the light. The corner was empty. Just the pale blue wall, a basket of toys, and the closed closet door. I stood there, blinking in the sudden harsh light, my body shaking with adrenaline. I heard a small movement. Lily, the 6-year-old, sat up groggily in her bed, rubbing her eyes. "Did you see it?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. I turned quickly, trying to sound calm and steady, but the word came out shaky. "See what, honey?" Lily yawned, looking past me toward the now bright corner. "The shadow man," she mumbled, pulling the covers up to her chin. He was just standing there looking at my dolls again. The air went out of my lungs. He looks at your dolls?" I managed, trying to keep my voice flat, conversational. She nodded sleepily. "Yeah. Sometimes he moves them, but mostly he just stands. Mommy and Daddy say he goes away if you turn the big light on." "Did he go away?" "Yes, honey. He went away," I said, my voice feeling strangely detached from my body. I walked over to her bed and tucked her back in, forcing myself to smile. "Go back to sleep, okay? It's just a dream." But she shook her head slowly. "Not a dream. He was in the kitchen earlier, on the island." My stomach dropped like a stone. She saw it too. She knew where I had been. "Lily," I leaned in, trying to make my voice soft and urgent. "Did you tell Mommy and Daddy about the shadow man?" She hummed. "They said it's just the house settling, but they said when the lights go out, I need to stay very still, and don't talk to him." She then rolled over, satisfied, and was already drifting back to sleep. I stood there in the bright room, feeling my reality shift violently. The horror wasn't that the house was haunted. It was that this entity, this silent, observing silhouette, was known. It was normal to this family. I realized with a chilling certainty that the parents didn't need a sitter for the kids. They needed one for the shadow, someone new and temporary to draw its silent, malevolent attention away from their family for the night. A decoy. I moved quickly, my mind in a state of controlled panic. I pulled the heavy dresser across the room until it was wedged against the door. Then, I turned the main light off and flipped the small nightlight back on. The corner was now visible but empty. I grabbed a small plastic rocking horse and wedged it under the door handle for good measure. Then I quietly slipped out, locking the door behind me and placing the key on the narrow hallway ledge, right beside a ceramic photo frame of the girls. I didn't want to go downstairs. The living room, with its wall of glass and the smooth, reflective island, felt like a trap. I chose the brightest, smallest room I could find, the upstairs linen closet, which also housed a small laundry chute and had a fluorescent light. I pulled out my phone and tried to call my sister, but she didn't pick up. I couldn't call the police. What would I say? A shadow man that only appears in the dark is staring at my dolls, and a 6-year-old confirmed it? They'd send a psychiatric evaluation team, not a patrol car. I had to figure out what was happening, or at least get out without creating a panic. The Masons were due back around 1 a.m. I checked the clock. 11:47 p.m., an hour and 13 minutes. As I sat there, knees pulled to my chest, pressed against the folded towels, I kept staring at the small gap beneath the linen closet door. It was well lit by the fluorescent bulb. Then, I heard a sound from the hallway, outside the closet, a quiet, scraping sound. It wasn't the sound of floorboards creaking, but a gentle, almost silky friction, like something heavy and smooth being dragged over a wood surface. I held my breath, listening. The sound stopped directly outside the closet door. The small gap beneath the door remained brightly lit by my light, but slowly, a change began to happen in the light filtering through. A sliver of the light began to turn black. It wasn't a shadow being cast over the light. It was the light itself being blocked. The blackness seeped in, dense and absolute, taking the shape of a vertical line. It was the thickness of an adult human foot, standing perpendicular to the door. It was the shadow man, standing silently, observing my hiding place. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I just stared at the sliver of absolute blackness beneath the door. It stood there for what felt like an eternity, that silent, impossible void of light. Then, as slowly as it appeared, it retracted, and the gap beneath the door was bright again. The scraping sound, the sound of its movement, receded down the hallway and stopped right outside the girl's bedroom door. I could hear the faint, muffled sound of the plastic rocking horse being pushed against the wood. It was trying to get in. I stayed in that closet, frozen for 45 minutes, until my phone chimed. It was a text from Mrs. Mason. "Just pulling into the driveway. Thanks again, be there in a sec." I scrambled out of the closet and ran down the stairs. The house was exactly as I had left it. I went to the front door just as I heard the car engine cut off outside. Mr. and Mrs. Mason walked in, smiling and relaxed. "Oh, honey, you're still up. Thanks so much," Mrs. Mason chirped, handing me a wad of cash. "The girls are asleep, the room is locked, and the key is on the ledge," I stated, my voice flat, my eyes scanning the kitchen island and the corners of the room. Mr. Mason frowned slightly. "Locked? Why did you lock the door?" "Lily said something about a shadow man," I replied, unable to stop myself. I met his eyes, and I saw it. Not panic, not confusion, but a quick, knowing flicker of resigned weariness. Mrs. Mason quickly stepped forward, putting a hand on my arm. Oh, you know Lily. She has the wildest imagination. We've had a few contractor issues, some funny light reflections since the build. Please don't worry about it. I pulled my arm back gently. She said he was looking at her dolls, and she said he was in the kitchen on the island. I saw him too. Mr. Mason sighed, putting his keys on the table. Look, we appreciate you watching the house. Here's a little extra for your troubles. He handed me another 20. Just a weird house, all right? It's new, but sometimes you get things. He wouldn't meet my gaze. We're having a different girl start on Wednesday. No need for you to come back next weekend. I realized then that they weren't sending me home. They were firing me because I hadn't been a good decoy. I was too observant, too sensitive to the thing. I was meant to have been so focused on my phone that I wouldn't have noticed the presence, just enough of a live, warm body to occupy it for the night. I didn't argue. I just grabbed my purse, nodded once, and walked out the door. As I backed my car out of their perfect, immaculate driveway, I glanced one last time at the house. The bedroom light was off, and in the sheer blackness of the front window, I saw the perfect tall silhouette standing there, still and silent, looking out into the night. But it wasn't standing alone anymore. It was standing directly between the two parents, one on either side, all three silhouetted in the darkness, waiting for the morning light to hide it again. Be wary of the perfect facade. When a situation, a person, or a place appears unnaturally immaculate or easy, it is often hiding a fundamental, dangerous flaw that someone else is desperately trying to conceal or offload. Sometimes you aren't being hired for a job. You are being hired as a shield. My name is Jasmine, but everyone in the neighborhood called me Miss J. At 15, house sitting for extra cash felt like a pretty good gig, especially on a Tuesday afternoon in July. The sun was pouring over the Halversons' manicured lawn, the scent of freshly cut grass hanging heavy in the air, and down the street, I could hear the rhythmic thwack of a tennis ball. The atmosphere was disarming, aggressively normal. I was watching 8-year-old twins, Max and Sam. Their mom, Mrs. Halverson, had called me around noon, apologizing profusely. Jay, I am so sorry, but I have a last-minute emergency meeting with the school board. It's unavoidable. Can you cover until 7? I agreed immediately. More hours meant more money toward the used car I desperately wanted. She seemed rushed, maybe a little stressed, but nothing out of the ordinary. She gave the boys a quick hug, told me the pizza was already paid for, and sped off in her SUV. The boys and I were sprawled out in the family room, building some ridiculously complex Lego spaceship. Max was arguing with Sam about the placement of a fin when I heard it. A soft, metallic shh. It was the sound of the sliding patio door opening, followed by a quiet thud as it slid shut. Did you guys invite anyone over? I whispered, putting down my piece of Lego. Max shook his head, his eyes wide. Mom said no one was allowed. The Halversons were very strict about that. I told the boys to stay put and silent. I crept toward the hallway leading to the kitchen, my heart starting to pound not from fear of a ghost or a slasher, but from the sudden, jarring intrusion into our quiet afternoon. I figured it was a neighborhood kid, or maybe a thief. I peered around the corner of the banister, looking down into the kitchen. It wasn't a stranger. It was Mr. Lyle Halverson. Lyle Halverson was an imposing man, usually quiet and polite, a retired professor who always wore a blazer. But the man in the kitchen now was different. He was standing perfectly still, his back to me, and he was covered in blood. It was dried, rusty brown blood spatter on his shirt and across the back of his neck, but it wasn't gushing. He looked utterly calm, methodical, as though he were performing a tedious household chore. He wasn't rushing, wasn't looking for valuables, and wasn't making a sound. He simply walked to the kitchen window and slowly, deliberately, pulled the blind down. Swoosh. Then he moved to the deadbolt on the garage door, flipped the lock, and engaged the top security chain. Click. Clack. I pulled back from the banister, retreating silently until my back hit the wall. The true horror of the situation hit me. The emergency meeting was a lie. Something had happened, something violent given the blood, and Lyle was home, but he wasn't well. He was locking us in. I crept back to the family room. Max and Sam were still whispering, confused. "Boys," I mouthed, "we have to be absolutely silent." I picked up the landline phone. Dead air. He must have cut the lines before coming inside, or maybe I was just praying that the storm had knocked out service. I checked my cell phone. No signal. The neighborhood's security bubble had burst. We were trapped in a silent house with a man who knew every hiding spot and every creek. He believed he was saving his family from the outside world, and I was just an obstacle, or maybe tragically, part of the family he intended to save. Lyle had disappeared from the kitchen, and the entire house had fallen into an unnatural silence. We had retreated to the master bedroom upstairs, the one room with a door that had a small, old-fashioned bolt lock. It wouldn't hold him for long, but it gave us a moment. The boys were crying silently, and I held them close, trying to project a calm I didn't feel. "We have to get out," I whispered. "The windows. Can we open the windows?" The window was old, heavy, and painted shut. It took all my strength to shove it up, just enough to create a gap. The cool breeze on my face was a jolt of reality. We were on the second floor. It was a rough drop, but not impossible if we could break the fall. The problem was getting to the window without being heard. Lyle knew this house intimately. I pictured him downstairs, the hammer I had briefly glimpsed tucked into his waistband, waiting patiently. I knew that the second-to-last step on the main staircase always squeaked, and the third floorboard outside the master bath always groaned. I moved first, pulling Sam after me. "Step lightly. Exactly where I step," I instructed. We navigated the obstacle course of the upstairs hall in slow motion. Creak. We froze. It wasn't the floorboard. It was the sound of a door opening downstairs, followed by a heavy padded thud from the landing. Lyle was now on the staircase. I pushed Sam and Max into the laundry room, which had a small window overlooking the roof of the garage. "Hide in here, under the linen basket. Don't make a sound no matter what you hear." I moved back toward the master bedroom, trying to draw him away from the boys. I stepped onto the infamous third floorboard. It gave a loud, agonizing groan. Too late. The floorboard had worked. It had bought me a moment. The methodical footsteps in the hall paused, then rerouted toward the master bedroom. I sprinted back into the room, slammed the door shut, and slid the bolt home. I didn't hide. I went straight for the window. I needed a distraction, something to make him believe I was still in the room. I snatched a heavy antique lamp off the nightstand and hurled it against the far wall. Crash! Almost immediately, the sound was followed by a heavy shoulder hitting the door. Bam! The old wooden frame groaned, and the bolt threatened to give. Bam! Again. The wood around the bolt cracked. I didn't have time to hesitate. I wrenched the window open wider, shoved the thick area rug underneath the sill to soften the edge, and looked out. The drop was 15 feet to a flower bed, but just beside the window was a thick, robust rose trellis climbing up the wall. I raced to the laundry room, pulling Sam and Max out. "Quickly! Out the window! The trellis is right there!" Max, being the braver twin, went first. I lowered him out, supporting his weight until his sneakers found purchase on the crossbars of the trellis. "Go down fast. Keep going until your feet touch grass. Don't look back." Sam was next. He was crying and scared, but the sheer terror of the repeated bam from the master bedroom was a powerful motivator. I lowered him too, watching until he was halfway down. I could hear the master bedroom door splintering behind me. I looked back. The door was buckling. Sam was almost at the bottom. Max was already running toward the neighbor's yard. Safety. They were safe. I had to go. I climbed onto the windowsill, my legs already dangling outside, searching for the trellis. I could hear the final, desperate cracking sound of the door frame giving way. I was halfway out when a piece of the door exploded inward. and I heard the heavy thud of the door hitting the wall. I froze, heart hammering. I hadn't looked back, but I knew he was there. I heard his breath, not frantic but slow and deep, right behind me. He wasn't rushing. He didn't need to. I was framed perfectly in the window, my back to him, one leg still inside the room. "Leaving so soon, Miss J?" His voice was a calm, low whisper, entirely devoid of anger or panic, which made it the most terrifying sound I had ever heard. I felt the sudden, chilling pressure of his finger on the back of my shoulder, the lightest touch imaginable. I turned my head just enough to see him. He was standing in the doorway, the shattered wood frame framing his figure. The hammer was now held loosely at his side, dripping slightly. His eyes were wide and focused, completely lost in his own reality. He had an expression of serene disappointment, like a father catching a child trying to sneak out after curfew. He raised his bloody hand to his own lips. His eyes held mine, conveying a warning that needed no words. He simply said, "Shh." The screen cut to black. I was 18, eager for independence and any job that got me out of the local mall. That's how I ended up accepting the most unusual babysitting gig of my life. It was for the Jensens, a family that owned a remote, wood-paneled cabin they used as a weekend retreat. It wasn't a cozy vacation spot. It was rustic, dark, and felt ancient, situated right on the edge of a deep, endless forest. The nearest neighbor was a mile away. The kids were great. 10-year-old Mike, who was obsessed with comic books, 8-year-old Chloe, who was perpetually drawing, and the little guy, 4-year-old Sam, who was a miniature, quiet observer of the world. The cabin itself was unnerving. The wood paneling seemed to absorb all the light, and every window looked directly into heavy, overgrown foliage. The backyard was just a small, weathered wooden deck that ended abruptly, giving way to thick, unkempt woods and a neglected garden patch that seemed to thrive on shadow. Mrs. Jensen, a nervous woman with permanently tired eyes, had only one specific repeated rule. Never let the kids go into the garden after dark. There are too many loose stones, and it's very easy to get lost in the undergrowth out there. She made it sound like a mild safety warning, but her tone was sharp, almost frantic. I nodded, agreeing that keeping the kids on the brightly lit deck was common sense anyway. That night, as a thick, cold rain began to hammer the roof, I started the bedtime ritual, which involved a long, completely improvised story requested by Sam. I was about to find out exactly why they feared the garden after dark. The 3 kids were tucked into the largest bedroom, which faced the ominous backyard. The window was tall and old, the glass streaked with the heavy downpour, making the world outside look blurry and fractured. I was sitting on the edge of Mike's bed, my hands flying, weaving a dramatic, rambling tale about a lost pirate ship named the Silent Wanderer. I was using my full range of voices and sound effects, enjoying the rapt attention of my audience. As I was describing the pirate captain's great brass telescope, I looked up at the window. My focus, which had been entirely on my storytelling, immediately shifted, arrested by something in the pitch-black garden, deep past the deck's edge. The storm had made the woods outside an absolute inky void, save for the faint reflection of the room light on the wet glass. But in that void, low to the ground, partially hidden by the wet, thrashing shrubs, were 2 perfect neon green lights. They weren't the scattered, pulsing lights of fireflies, and they certainly weren't reflections, because they were focused, constant, and internal. They were 2 glowing, unblinking spheres, set exactly the distance apart where eyes would be on a creature of substantial size. They were watching the window, watching me. A cold wave of paralyzing fear washed over me. I kept the story going, forcing the words out, my voice thin and tight. "And the captain saw the whale," I stammered, my hand gestures becoming jerky and unnatural. My mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation. Could it be a pair of reflective stakes? No, the light was too organic, too intense, and far too high off the ground for garden markers. Fireflies? They blink, and this light was constant, focused, and unmoving. It was like two charged spheres suspended in the absolute blackness. The children, thankfully, seemed mesmerized by my shaking hands and strained voice, not yet noticing my gaze was locked on the window. I pushed the story forward, trying to reach a natural conclusion so I could get up and close the heavy curtains, or better yet, lock the door and call the parents. But my tongue felt thick and heavy in my mouth. I couldn't look away from the two cold, luminous points staring directly into the room. I reached the climax of my story. The pirate captain, having found his lost treasure, was about to sail home. My voice was trembling uncontrollably now, pitched too high. As I struggled to finish the sentence, and he gave a mighty cheer, the green lights shifted. They began to rise, slowly. They didn't move forward toward the house, nor did they sway with the wind and rain. They just floated straight upward, keeping their perfect distance, a smooth, deliberate vertical ascent. It indicated that the creature, whatever it was slowly, laboriously, standing up from a low, crouching position. The implication of its size was instantaneous and terrifying. It had been low to the ground when it was initially hidden by the shrubs. Now, as it rose, it began to clear the surrounding foliage. My voice cracked mid-word. I stopped the story mid-sentence, the word cheer dying in my throat. I couldn't move. I was locked in a state of terror, watching the impossible spectacle outside the glass. The silence in the room, following my dramatic monologue, was deafening. The only sound was the incessant drumming of the rain on the window pane. Mike and Chloe, sensing the abrupt halt in my narrative and the paralyzing tension in my body, stopped their fidgeting. They looked at me, then, naturally, followed my rigid gaze to the window. 4-year-old Sam, the smallest and quietest of the three, looked up and saw it too. He didn't scream or cry. He just tilted his head, his face a perfect picture of quiet curiosity and familiarity. "What is it?" he asked, his voice a tiny, innocent squeak that cut through the silence. The glowing green eyes were now slightly above the level of the window ledge. They were huge, taking up far too much of the dark space. In the brief, reflected light of the bedroom, I could vaguely make out a shape surrounding the eyes, something dark and uneven, like wet moss or rough, dark hide, and they were still, completely, terrifyingly still. They weren't looking at me anymore. They were looking into the room, scanning the space. My mind was screaming, "Move! Grab them! Pull the blinds!" But I was paralyzed, caught between the instinct to protect the children and the absolute, petrifying terror of provoking the thing that was now level with my gaze. I was about to make a desperate lunge for the curtain cord when Sam did the most terrifying thing. He whispered. He didn't whisper to me, asking for an explanation or comfort. He whispered to the window. "You're not supposed to stare, Mr. Moss. It makes the story stop." The shock of hearing the creature, the entity, the shadow with the neon eyes, called by name, completely broke my paralysis. I stared at Sam, my eyes wide with a confusion that transcended fear. Mr. Moss. He knew it. He addressed it. And then, the impossible happened again. The lights blinked. It was one single, slow, deliberate blink. The green spheres vanished for a fraction of a second, and then reappeared, just as bright, just as constant. The act of blinking was a terrifying confirmation that this thing was biological, conscious, and had registered Sam's quiet complaint. Sam then looked at me, a tiny frown on his face. "Now finish the story," he murmured, settling back into his pillow, as if scolding the monster outside was a routine, everyday occurrence, and now that the interruption was dealt with, we could return to normal. I managed to breathe. "Sam, what is Mr. Moss?" My voice was barely a rasp. "He just watches us," Sam replied simply, "since we moved here. He likes to listen to the stories, but he can't stand up like that until the story is finished. Mommy says he's shy." I looked from Sam to the window. The green eyes were still there, unblinking again, seemingly waiting for my next move. The parents' rule about the garden suddenly clicked into place. It wasn't about loose stones or getting lost. It was about allowing the children to get too close to the creature they called Mr. Moss. And my role? I wasn't just a sitter. I was the entertainer, the distraction, the central figure in the nightly ritual that this thing came to observe. My fear twisted into cold, rational adrenaline. The creature knew the rules of the house, knew its name, and responded to verbal commands from a child. This wasn't a bear or a reflection. It was something tied to this place, to this family, and to this specific ritual. I forced a sickly smile at the kids. "The story has to pause now, Pirate Code," I said, trying to mimic my earlier dramatic tone. "We have to play a game now. A very quiet game." I grabbed Mike and Chloe, who were now silently watching me, their confusion overriding their fear. I hauled them out of bed, scooped up the surprisingly heavy Sam, and rushed them across the hall to the smaller, windowless guest bathroom. I didn't turn on the light. I shoved all three of them into the room and locked the door with a loud final click. "Stay in here. Do not open the door until I tell you to," I ordered, my voice firm and low. I then ran back to the main bedroom. I didn't dare turn on the light. In the dim reflection on the window, I saw the green eyes. They were still there, still watching the now empty beds. The silence felt aggressive. I snatched my purse, pulled out my phone, and backed slowly out of the room, keeping my eyes on the window until I reached the doorframe. I didn't dare go downstairs to the landline. I needed to be able to move fast. I raced into the dimly lit hallway, my heart threatening to beat out of my chest, and quickly punched in Mrs. Jensen's number. It rang only once before she answered, her voice sounding immediately alert and slightly panicked. "Hello? What's wrong?" "Mrs. Jensen, I need you to come home now," I whispered, pressing myself against the wall, listening for any sign of movement from the bedroom. I was 17 that summer, facing down a tuition bill that felt heavier than my whole life. I needed money fast, the kind of cash that didn't come from scooping ice cream. That's how I ended up answering an ad for a part-time babysitter for the Rourke family, 2 blocks from my high school. My name is Sarah, and what followed was the most genuinely unsettling experience of my life. A slow burn realization that still makes me check my deadbolts. The mom, Elena Rourke, was sweet and scatterbrained, a busy doctor who handled the scheduling. But the person who gave me the job, and the person I had to report to, was the father, Mr. Rourke. He was a retired history professor, thin and severe, with a reputation in the neighborhood for being eccentric. He was in his late 50s, always wearing a perfectly crisp starched shirt, and he moved with an almost unnatural precision. The first time I met him, his handshake was dry and firm, and his eyes, a watery blue, took me in from my worn Converse to the nervous knot in my hair. The twins, an 8-year-old boy and girl named Leo and Lila, were easy kids. The jobs were simple. Feed them dinner, help with homework, and put them to bed by 9. I usually spent the next 3 hours reading on their ridiculously large leather couch while waiting for the Rourkes to return from their symphony dates or gallery openings. The pay was fantastic, easily covering my spring semester books. But Mr. Rourke was immediately strange. Every time he spoke to me, his gaze was slow, deliberate. It felt less like a conversation and more like an assessment. He wouldn't just glance at me. He'd scan my features, my hands, even the way I sat. The first few times, I dismissed it as a professor's habit, trained to observe, to critique. Then the name started. It was the first, most confusing clue that something was deeply wrong. Every time he was ready to leave, he'd stop at the front door, turn, and fix me with that intense gaze. "Now, remember, Megan," he'd say, stressing the name sharply. "No guests, and the emergency number is on the fridge." "It's Sarah, sir," I'd correct him, forcing a polite smile. He'd chuckle, a dry, papery sound. Right. Forgive me, Jennifer. Head full of old history, I suppose." I corrected him 3 times that first week. It seemed like a genuine, if rude, habit of a distracted academic. But as the weeks went on, the names got stranger, older, and more dated. Doris, Marlene, Betty, names that sounded like they belonged to women his age, not a girl struggling to pay for college. It was annoying, unprofessional, and profoundly unsettling. I started looking forward to the nights Elena Rourke dropped me off and picked me up, just to avoid the bizarre, slow-motion insult of his misidentification. I was 3 weeks into the job when the real shift happened. It was a Saturday night, and the twins were asleep upstairs. Mr. Rourke had announced he was going for a quick errand to pick up a special cigar from his club downtown. He made his usual exit, stopping at the door, turning, and hitting me with a new name. "Be vigilant, Susan," he'd instructed with a small, unsettling smirk. Then the front door closed, and I heard the unmistakable sound of his Mercedes engine starting up and pulling away from the curb. The entire house settled into silence. I remember thinking about the name Susan. It was slightly closer to my generation than Doris, but still felt wrong. I tried to shake off the weirdness and went back to reading a novel on the couch. 10 minutes later, the air conditioning kicked off, and in the sudden silence, I heard it. The subtle but distinct scrape of a key in the front door lock, followed by the soft click of the door closing again. I sat straight up, my heart immediately thumping against my ribs. He forgot something, I thought, standing up. But instead of walking into the living room, which was the main room off the foyer, I heard a different sound, the clack-clack of his leather-soled dress shoes on the tiled floor of the kitchen, which was located at the far end of the house beyond the main hall. "Mr. Rourke?" I called out hesitantly. I didn't like the silence that followed. I didn't like the darkness of the hall. "Don't worry, Susan." His voice drifted out of the inky blackness of the kitchen. It sounded muffled, closer than before, but still casual. "Just getting a glass of water. Didn't realize I was so thirsty." I hesitated. He knew the routine was to check in. He was supposed to walk past the living room and say hello. Why stand in the dark kitchen? Why didn't he turn on the light? The whole thing felt wrong. The house felt too big, too dark, and suddenly the silence was aggressive. I sat back down, trying to convince myself it was nothing, just another weird Rourke quirk. But my eyes kept darting toward the kitchen door, and the hair on my arms was standing on end. I waited, listening for the sound of running water or the refrigerator door opening. I heard nothing, just the silence. Then about 5 minutes later, I heard it again. A tiny, almost inaudible click of the deadbolt being unlocked from the inside, followed by the soft, controlled snick of the front door opening and then closing, even quieter than the first time. This time, when the front door closed, a sudden sweep of bright, powerful headlights cut across the living room window. I watched his silver sedan pull out of the driveway again, the same car I had watched leave 10 minutes earlier. He hadn't gotten a glass of water. He had been in the house, silent, in the dark, for the better part of 15 minutes, hiding from me, listening. He had performed the second exit. I was terrified. The next time he hired me, I wanted to quit, but the check for that shift was the one that would cover my remaining book fees. I rationalized it. I just had to get through one more night. I told myself I'd watch TV in the twins' room and lock the door, but I knew that was overkill, and a breach of trust. That night, the exit was different. He used the name Marlene, and his gaze lingered for a moment longer than usual. The sound of his car pulling away was louder, more definite, as if he knew I was listening. I waited until the house was completely silent, the twins long asleep. I didn't sit down. I walked immediately to the kitchen and looked at the tile floor. Nothing was out of place. He was too careful. He hadn't needed a glass of water. He had been there to observe. My mind was reeling from the violation. I needed proof, something concrete to explain the terror that was now a cold lump in my stomach. I knew where to look. Mr. Rourke had a large study off the main hall, a room full of antique maps and heavy wooden furniture. He kept it locked, But the last time I'd cleaned up, I saw him slide the spare key into the ceramic pineapple dish on his desk. I crept down the hall, my heart beating so hard I could hear it in my ears. The pineapple dish was right where I remembered. The key was a small, ornate skeleton key. It was almost too easy to unlock the study door and slip inside, flicking on the small, dim desk lamp. The room smelled like old paper and pipe tobacco. I immediately went to his enormous oak desk, pulling open drawers. In the bottom left drawer, beneath a stack of old lecture notes, I found them. A stack of worn, spiral-bound notebooks. They were cheap, the kind you buy during back-to-school sales. Each one was carefully labeled on the cover in his precise, neat script. Babysitter logs, 2018 to 2019. Babysitter logs, 2020 to 2021, and so on, going back almost 15 years. I pulled one labeled 2023 to 2024 and flipped it open. It wasn't about the kids. The pages were organized in columns. Date, hours, name used, mood description, time of entry, second pass. I ran my finger down the columns, my breath catching in my throat. Every date I had worked was listed, and next to each date was a name: Doris, Betty, Megan, Jennifer, and that last terrifying entry, Susan. And next to that name, a new column: mood/description, quiet, reading, almost too still. Then the final chilling column, time of entry -second pass. And next to every single one of my shifts, 10:15 p.m., 10:20 p.m., 10:18 p.m. Always a precise entry, 10 to 15 minutes after the initial car exit. The horror hit me with the physical force of a punch to the gut. The names he used weren't random slips of the tongue. They were a catalog. He wasn't misremembering my name. He was calling me by the names of the previous sitters he had briefly stalked in their own house. I quickly flipped to the older logs, running my finger down the list of names. Connie, Shirley, Veronica, dozens of them, all young women who had worked for him, all meticulously documented. The name used column in the current log, my log, was the key. He would leave, sneak back in, hide in the dark, usually the kitchen or the laundry room, and observe the current girl in her solitude. He would listen to her read, watch her glance up at the door, hear her breathing. Then, based on the way she handled her loneliness or her fear, he would assign her the name of a former sitter whom she most resembled in that vulnerable private moment. He was collecting their reactions, cataloging their solitude, linking one girl's experience of fear to another's. I was simultaneously Sarah, the girl who needed tuition money, and Susan, the sitter who was quiet and read too still. I was Betty, the girl who checked the locks nervously, and Marlene, the girl who jumped at the sound of the old house settling. He wasn't interested in me as a person. I was just a vessel for a specific, cultivated sensation of creeping terror. He was marking his log, checking off a collection of fear he had secretly amassed over 15 years. My eyes landed on the oldest log, 2010 to 2011. I saw an entry. Name used, Megan. Mood/description, hysterical, called police. The time of entry second pass was listed as aborted. My stomach twisted. Someone else had discovered him. Someone else had called him on it. But most of the other logs had neat, clean entries. Most of the other girls had been too polite, too anxious about being hysterical, or too desperate for the money, just like I was, to confront him. They had simply been observed, cataloged, and replaced. I quickly snapped the notebook shut, slid it back under the stack of lecture notes, and locked the study door, replacing the key in the pineapple dish. The silence of the house was now unbearable. It was no longer a sign of peace. It was the sound of a predator waiting. I felt the overwhelming need to check the dark kitchen, the laundry room, the hall closet, but I was too terrified to move. I forced myself to walk back to the couch and pretend to read, the book shaking in my hands, waiting for the sound of his car to announce his true return. When Mr. Rourke finally pulled back into the driveway, it felt like an eternity had passed. I was standing by the door, already wearing my jacket and holding my bag before the engine was even fully shut off. I wanted out. Now. He walked in, looking exactly as he had when he left. Immaculate shirt, precise movements. He looked tired, but satisfied, like a scholar who had just completed a difficult but rewarding piece of research. "Ah, Sarah," he said, and for the first time he used my actual name. The change was chilling. It felt like a deliberate acknowledgement of the game being over. "Everything quiet?" "Yes, sir. The kids were fine. They're asleep," I said, my voice thin but level. I was determined not to betray the panic churning inside me. I needed to get my pay and leave cleanly. He walked to the hall table and picked up his checkbook, opening it slowly. His back was to me. "You know, you're a remarkably placid girl, Sarah," he mused without turning around. "Quite different from, say, Jennifer. She was flighty. Or poor Betty, who was constantly rearranging the cushions. You have the stillness of Susan." He wrote out the check, his pen scratching against the paper, a sound that seemed deafening in the silence. He turned, handing me the check with that same dry, firm handshake. His watery blue eyes held mine, and I saw a flicker of something in them. Not malice, but the intellectual satisfaction of a collector. "I appreciate your candor, sir," I managed, clutching the check. "I won't be able to sit for you again. My class schedule changed. I won't be available." His smile didn't reach his eyes. It was a slight upturn of his lips, a look of perfect understanding. "A shame," he said simply. "I'll miss your presence, Sarah." He used my name again, but this time it felt like a threat, an indication that my real name was now also filed away in his catalog, associated with the final moment of discovery. I walked out the door and never looked back. I tore up the tuition check the moment I got to my car, tossing the pieces into the back seat. The money wasn't worth the feeling of being watched, cataloged, and named by a stranger who collected fear-like stamps. I found another job washing dishes. It paid less, but every night when I came home, I knew that the darkness in my apartment was just darkness, and not a space being occupied by an audience of one. I'm Claire, and I'm 38. My life, by all outward measures, is comfortable, established, and organized. We live in a nice suburb outside Seattle, the kind with tree-lined streets and excellent schools. I'm an accountant, which should tell you everything you need to know about my relationship with order and detail. My husband David is a programmer. He's logical, practical, and blessedly immune to the little anxieties that govern my life. We have one beautiful, rambunctious 3-year-old son, Leo, who is the light of our existence. The only thing missing from this picture was reliable childcare for those few hours after David and I finished our long work days. That's where Maya came in. She was 20, a nursing student at the local community college, and she seemed like a gift sent from the universe. She was polite, quiet, and possessed a calm, almost serene energy that Leo immediately responded to. He would melt into her embrace the moment she walked through the door. We hired her 3 nights a week for about a month, and I instantly felt the stress lift. She was a professional, a gentle soul, and I trusted her completely. I have to emphasize my nature. I am meticulous, almost obsessively so. Everything in our house, from the spice rack to the filing cabinets, has a specific, inviolable place. I thrive on order, and my environment is a reflection of my inner control. It wasn't until the 3rd week of Maya's employment that the feeling of wrongness started. It didn't begin with anything large or expensive. It started with tiny, minute details that only someone with my level of meticulousness would ever, in a million years, notice. It wasn't theft. It was surveillance. The first incident was so trivial I almost dismissed it as a momentary lapse of memory. I found a loose paperclip on the corner of my mahogany dresser, right next to my jewelry box. Now, my office is downstairs. I used paper clips for filing invoices, never in the bedroom. I immediately went through a mental checklist. Did Leo sneak one up? No. He's never allowed near the office supplies. Did David bring one up? Impossible. He uses digital note-taking. I picked it up, feeling a prickle of static electricity, a feeling of something being out of place, and tossed it into the nearest junk drawer. 2 days later, the feeling came back, stronger this time. I was brushing my teeth, and I noticed my electric toothbrush charger. It was moved precisely 3 inches to the right of its usual spot on the bathroom counter. I keep it perfectly aligned with the edge of the granite. 3 inches. It seemed insane to even notice it, much less dwell on it, but I knew with absolute certainty that I hadn't moved it. David always leaves his charger and toothbrush exactly where they are. Maya was the only other person in the house. I tried to suppress the rising anxiety. She was watching my son, not rummaging through my life. Maybe she cleaned the counter and just set it down crookedly. That's what I told myself. But the paperclip and the charger were the beginning of a subtle shift in the physics of my home. My ordered world was being micro-disturbed, and I was the only one who could detect the tremors. The disturbances continued, tiny, insignificant, yet deeply unsettling. A book on the shelf in the living room was pushed in too far. The remote control for the TV was angled slightly toward the kitchen, not straight toward the screen. Each one of these events was a whisper of intrusion, suggesting that while I was out, someone was not simply sitting on my couch watching TV, but was moving through my space, touching and examining the components of my ordered life. I finally told David about it one evening while we were loading the dishwasher. "I think Maya is snooping," I said, trying to keep my voice light, casual. He stopped, looked at the perfectly arranged plates, and laughed. "Snooping? Claire, she's a nursing student. She's focused on Leo, and then she studies. You're stressed about that audit, honey. She probably nudged the charger when she was washing her hands." His practicality made me feel childish, but it didn't quell the rising cold conviction. I wasn't stressed. I was being observed. I knew I hadn't moved those things, and I knew that Maya was the only variable. I had to prove I wasn't crazy, not just to David, but to myself. I needed concrete evidence, something undeniable that David, the programmer of logic, couldn't laugh off as stress. I decided to set a trap, the kind of subtle, almost invisible test only a deeply paranoid accountant would think of. In the kitchen, I keep a stack of petty cash under a ceramic plate in the highest cupboard, well out of Leo's reach. It's maybe $25, just singles and fives for the takeout delivery guy. Before Maya arrived on Friday afternoon, I went to the cupboard. I lifted the plate and carefully arranged the bills in a specific order. A worn $5 bill on the bottom, followed by 3 crisp new $1 bills, and a 20 on top. This was the key. I noted the precise orientation of the wrinkled corners on the singles. The tiny diagonal crease on the corner of the top single was facing due northeast. The middle one was perfectly straight. The bottom one had a tiny tear on the west side. I even took a quick photo with my phone, zoomed in, just to be sure I wasn't hallucinating the details. I was meticulous. I put the plate back down and closed the cupboard, ensuring the cabinet handle clicked perfectly into place. That night, David and I had dinner out. I couldn't focus on the conversation, running through scenarios in my head. Would she steal the money? If she did, it would be an immediate, clean-cut termination. But my gut told me she wouldn't steal. My gut told me she was looking for something else entirely. When we got home around 11:30 p.m., the house was silent. Maya was gone, having left a neat note about Leo's perfect evening and the time she left. David went straight to the garage to check the security system. I went straight to the kitchen cupboard. I lifted the plate. The 20 was still on top, the 5 was still on the bottom. The total amount of cash was unchanged. It was all there. I felt a surge of relief, followed by a cold, sickening realization as I looked closer. The 3 singles in the middle, they were reversed. They hadn't been removed from the stack. The corner creases I had memorized were now facing due southwest. They had been picked up, flipped over, and put back down in the exact middle of the stack. She hadn't taken anything of material value. She had simply confirmed that I had money there, and she had touched it. It was a methodical investigation, a brief, silent inventory of a small, secret part of my life. She was looking, not for cash or jewelry. She was looking for information. She was studying my habits, my secret hiding places, and my predictable responses. The realization that she wasn't a thief but a surveyor was far more terrifying. A thief wants my property. This girl wanted my secrets. I dismissed Maya's services for the following evening, feigning a sudden illness. I needed time, cold, logical time, to analyze the depth of the intrusion. I started checking every private document I had. My financial files were secured behind a lock on my computer, but the physical copies were untouched. Nothing expensive was gone from the house. Maya wasn't after money. She was after the raw data of my life. I went straight to my bedroom and the back of my wardrobe, where I keep my most private, vulnerable items. This is where I stored 2 old, leather-bound journals from my college years, the ones filled with embarrassing youthful anxieties and private feelings. I kept them locked inside a plain wooden box, which I then hid under a pile of scarves. I pulled out the scarves. The wooden box was there, untouched. The small brass lock was secured. Everything looked perfect, just as I had left it. I felt a fleeting sense of relief. But as I reached for the box, I paused. I always kept the box with the lock side facing out, flush against the back wall of the wardrobe. It made it easy to pull out and open. Today, the box was rotated 180 degrees. The lock side was facing inward. The key to the lock was hidden in a hollowed-out ceramic figurine on my nightstand. It was too risky and too time-consuming to unlock the box in the middle of a short babysitting gig. Maya hadn't opened the lock. It was still perfect, still fastened. But she had clearly pulled the box out, examined it, and rotated it before placing it back. She was testing the security, evaluating the importance of the contents based on the presence of the lock. It was forensic snooping. She was mapping the defenses of my emotional perimeter. I sat on the floor, the heavy wooden box in my lap, suddenly feeling naked and completely exposed. This wasn't a random incident. It was a methodical, intellectual assault on my privacy. She was looking for the weak points in my defenses. The paperclip, the charger, the reverse dollar bills, the rotated box. Each incident had been a small, contained shock. The final discovery was a visceral blow that left me reeling. It wasn't about order. It was about trauma. I opened the wooden box. The journals were there. I didn't touch them. I went to the second, smaller compartment inside the box, where I kept things of purely sentimental, non-monetary value. Tucked inside a velvet pouch was a tiny sterling silver locket. The locket contained a single, small curl of my daughter, Clara's hair. Clara died 5 years ago, shortly after her 2nd birthday. It is the most sacred, painful, and carefully guarded memory I possess. The hair was delicate, fragile, and I kept the locket sealed, only opening it maybe once a year on her birthday. I had opened that locket a week prior to check on the curl, just because I sometimes did. It was completely secure inside the tiny plastic insert. Now, I opened the locket again. The small curl of hair was still there, but a thin, auburn strand, no bigger than a thread, had been pulled out of the plastic seal. It was loose, lying curled up in the velvet bottom of the wooden box. I know, logically, that hair can fall out. But this hair was locked down, sealed, 5 years old, and now it was out. It felt like a violation of the dead. Maya had been in the wardrobe. She had rotated the box, and she had opened the locket, touched the hair, and somehow, a single strand had been liberated from its safe haven. She hadn't stolen the locket. She had taken something far more valuable, a piece of my personal grief, a sliver of my deepest trauma. She had peered into the wound. I sat there, breathing heavily, clutching the velvet pouch. David's voice telling me I was paranoid faded completely. This was not a misplaced charger. This was methodical, perverse curiosity. She wasn't seeking validation for herself. She was collecting data on my most painful vulnerabilities for a twisted, private satisfaction. I immediately called her and told her I needed her to come in on Monday, 2 days earlier than planned, to discuss a schedule change. I wanted to end it face to face. I needed to see her eyes, to look at the person who had so silently and clinically invaded the very core of my life. Monday evening, Maya arrived, looking as calm and gentle as ever. Leo went straight to her, giggling. I took her into the kitchen, away from David and Leo. I didn't mention the money, the locket, or the hair. I didn't want to give her the satisfaction of knowing I had figured out her game. I kept my voice measured and professional. Maya, you're absolutely amazing with Leo, and we value you, I began, folding my hands on the counter, mimicking her calm posture. But I need to ask you not to come back. We won't be needing your services anymore. Her expression didn't change. She didn't look confused, hurt, or guilty. There was only a cold, quiet resignation in her eyes, as if she knew this conversation was inevitable, that she had pushed the boundary too far, and the subject had become aware of the experiment. Why? She asked, her voice low and even. No denial, no outrage. Just an inquiry into the termination of her access. I think, I said, meeting her eyes directly, that you've been going through my personal things. I think you've been looking. For the first time, her composure cracked slightly, not with fear, but with an almost academic dismissal. I didn't take anything, she murmured, avoiding my gaze and looking toward the cabinet where I kept the dollar bills. I know, I said. That's why I'm asking you to leave. That quiet confirmation of my awareness was the final act of the confrontation. She didn't ask for severance or an explanation. She simply picked up her backpack, gave Leo a quick, strangely possessive hug, and walked out the door. She didn't look back. The true horror wasn't the material theft. It was the feeling that for 3 weeks, I had invited a cold, calculating stranger into my home who had methodically examined my deepest vulnerabilities, piece by piece, not for profit, but for a twisted, private satisfaction. It made me feel exposed and sick, like someone had secretly read every embarrassing thought I'd ever had. The locks, the safes, the passwords, they were all meaningless. The greatest threat was not external, but the silent, clinical curiosity of a mind inside my walls, mapping the coordinates of my trauma. The most insidious forms of violation are often not acts of material theft, but acts of surveillance and intrusion upon personal privacy. The fear is not what a person takes, but what they deliberately choose to know about you, creating a twisted sense of intimacy and power that leaves you feeling exposed long after they are gone. I was 19, home for the summer after my chaotic first year of college, and my bank account was screaming for mercy. That's how I ended up answering a Craigslist ad for a part-time sitter for the Caldwells. They lived in a neighborhood full of those massive, older homes that had been sliced up and reconfigured over the decades, resulting in architectural Frankensteins. The Caldwells themselves were aggressively normal, a couple who offered me lemonade and talked about their cross-country skiing trip. Their son, Caleb, was 5, sweet, and maybe a little too quiet, but their house? It felt functionally wrong. It was a labyrinth of useless doors. The kitchen had a small, unmarked wooden door leading to a tiny linen closet, which then unexpectedly opened into the main hall. It felt less like a home and more like a poorly edited blueprint. Mrs. Caldwell gave me one non-negotiable rule before they left. Do not, under any circumstances, go into the small blue room off the laundry area. It's just storage, and the door sticks badly. The instruction felt oddly weighted, like a warning wrapped in an excuse. I agreed, took their number, and waved them off. Standard mac and cheese and cartoons followed. When I was tucking Caleb in around 8:30 p.m., I looked around his room and noticed the impossible layout. He had 3 doors: the main hall door, the bathroom door, and a third door that was almost completely covered by a tall, bolted-down bookcase. "Where does that door go?" I asked Caleb, pointing at the wood half hidden by the bookshelf. Caleb's eyes widened instantly, darting away from the door. He clutched his worn stuffed dinosaur. "Nowhere," he whispered, a tiny tremor in his voice. "Daddy nailed that one shut a long time ago." The image of Mr. Caldwell deliberately nailing a door shut in his son's bedroom stuck with me. Why not just remove the knob? Why not use that room for storage? Around 10 p.m., with Caleb asleep, I went downstairs to finish the laundry. The small laundry room was stiflingly hot, and the ancient washing machine was grinding loudly. Standing there, I realized the small blue room was right beside me. Its door was painted a pale, robin's egg blue, and looked completely innocuous. Storage. The door sticks, I reminded myself. But my curiosity had fully conquered my reason. I tried the handle. It didn't stick at all. It was locked with a modern, sturdy deadbolt. I felt a cold prickle of fear. Valuables don't require that kind of security inside a family home. I pulled out my phone and shone the flashlight beam under the door. A sliver of darkness, maybe an inch of clearance, separated the bottom of the door from the carpet. I could see nothing. I went back to the living room, but the silence, once the washer stopped, felt heavy and wrong. The quiet didn't last. About 20 minutes later, I heard it, a soft, rhythmic sound coming from deep inside the house, past the kitchen, and definitely from the direction of the laundry room. Tap, pause, tap, pause. It was too steady to be the pipes settling. It sounded like a finger or a small piece of metal hitting a hard surface. It was deliberate. I crept back toward the laundry area, my body tense and cold despite the room's heat. The tapping grew clearer as I approached the blue door. I pressed my ear against the deadbolt. The sound stopped immediately. It was as if whatever was on the other side knew I was listening. "Hello?" I whispered into the wood. My voice sounded thin and foolish. Silence. I waited, holding my breath until my lungs burned. Then, a new sound emerged from the other side of the door. It was a small, dry hiss. It wasn't a snake. It sounded exactly like someone trying to whisper with a mouthful of sawdust. Or maybe just the sound of labored, difficult breathing. A chilling, impossible sound. I scrambled back, away from the door, running toward the front hall, my mind racing. I grabbed my keys and phone from the entry table. I was going to call the Caldwells, invent an emergency, and flee. I was halfway to the front door when I heard it again. Tap, tap, tap. It was faint, but unmistakable. But this time, it was not coming from the laundry room. It was coming from upstairs. Specifically, it was coming from Caleb's room. I stood paralyzed at the foot of the dark stairwell. There was no exterior window on that side of the house for someone to be tapping on. The only hard metal surface I could think of up there, other than the bed frame, was the handle of the third, bolted door behind the bookcase, the door that Caleb said his father had nailed shut. My mind raced through the house's impossible geometry, fitting the pieces together in a horrific spatial realization. I had been sitting in this house for hours. I knew the layout, and I knew the most terrifying detail. The blue room off the laundry area, the one with the deadbolt, was not directly underneath Caleb's room. The Caldwell's house was a two-story structure, and based on the window placement and the outside topography, the blue room was clearly a second, small bedroom on the ground floor, situated deep within the house. It was parallel to the kitchen, nowhere near the space below Caleb's room. I suddenly understood. The tapping the person in the blue room on the ground floor had stopped when I pressed my ear against the door. Then, moments later, the tapping had resumed, but on the second floor, in Caleb's room. This wasn't an intruder. This was a resident whom the Caldwells were hiding, perhaps confining, in that dead-bolted room. They told me it was storage to keep me away. The shifting sound proved that whoever was inside wasn't trapped. They were merely let out. They had used the confusing, maze-like architecture of the house, all those inexplicable doors, all those hidden passages to move from the ground floor to the second floor without me hearing a single footstep on the main stairs. The nailed door in Caleb's room wasn't bolted shut to keep people out. It was the secret entry point for the person who had just transitioned quietly from the blue room to the second floor. The tapping I heard from upstairs was a signal, either a new form of communication or perhaps a warning directed at me. I didn't check on Caleb. I didn't dare go upstairs to verify the sounds. I just ran. I sprinted out the front door, slamming it behind me, and didn't stop until I was 2 blocks away in my beat-up car. I called the police from a gas station. They found nothing out of the ordinary, just an empty, locked house. The Caldwells never returned home or paid the remaining mortgage. That night, I realized the scariest part of that house wasn't the confusing layout, but the fact that I had nearly become the final, missing piece of the puzzle, forever hidden within its impossible walls. When you feel an acute, persistent sense of wrongness about a person or a place, trust that instinct immediately. The things people are most determined to hide are often concealed not with locks, but with plausible excuses and distracting complexities. Your mind is a better alarm system than any deadbolt. I was 21, a junior in college, and I'd been sitting for the Dyers for almost a year. They were the perfect family gig, a sweet, middle-class couple, totally normal, with 2 kids, 10-year-old Chloe and 7-year-old Finn. I thought I knew their routines down to the minute. My name is Jess, and the only thing that ever raised an eyebrow was their absolutely rigid bedtime ritual. The Dyers were obsessed with the clock. Their kids had to be asleep by 9 p.m. on the dot. No negotiation, no exceptions, and certainly no bargaining. They even maintained a meticulous binder listing the precise steps: teeth brushed by 8:40 p.m., lights out by 8:50 p.m. The final, strange rule was for me, the sitter. I had to be completely silent and seated on the living room sofa by 9 p.m. I'd seen Mr. Dyer physically tense up if the clock nudged 8:55 p.m. and the kids weren't in bed yet. One particular Tuesday, the parents were late leaving, held up by a phone call. Mr. Dyer practically bolted out the front door, checking his watch every 5 seconds. 9 o'clock, Jess, he hissed at me, his voice strangely tight. Do not miss the deadline. It is absolutely crucial. I chalked it up to intense parenting, a hyper-strict routine for restless kids, but the level of anxiety he displayed was off-putting. It felt less like a schedule and more like a deadline for disaster. That night, everything was chaos. Chloe had a massive meltdown over a chipped doll. Finn spilled an entire glass of grape juice in the hall, and I was running late on cleanup. I was completely flustered, fighting the clock and the sticky floor. I finally managed to tuck Finn in and give him a rushed kiss goodnight at 8:58 p.m. He was already half asleep. I raced across the hall to Chloe's room. She was wide awake, lying stiffly on her back, staring at the ceiling. The light was still on. Close the door all the way, she commanded, her voice surprisingly flat and emotionless for a girl who had been crying 10 minutes earlier. And don't talk to me after the clock hits 9. She didn't look at me, her eyes fixed above. I didn't have a second to argue or ask why. I flipped the light switch at 8:59 p.m., plunging her room into darkness, and sprinted down the stairs. I collapsed onto the sofa cushion just as my phone screen clicked from 8:59 to 9 p.m. I felt a physical wave of relief wash over me. I had hit the deadline. The house went completely silent. And I mean silent. It wasn't the usual, kids are asleep quiet that follows a noisy house. It was a deep, unnerving dead silence, a stillness that felt like the air had been entirely sucked out of every room. The central air stopped humming. The refrigerator seemed to cease its low thrum. I sat there, trying to convince myself it was just the house settling, but it felt oppressive, heavy. I pulled out my phone and started scrolling, trying to distract myself from the heavy atmosphere. The silence was so profound that my own breathing seemed too loud. After about 10 minutes of scrolling, I realized I could hear a new sound coming from the kitchen. It was faint, rhythmic, and incredibly unsettling. It was low and wet, a soft slish-slish that shouldn't be happening in a locked, quiet house where everyone was supposed to be asleep. My heart started thumping against my ribs. I slowly pushed myself off the sofa, walking quietly toward the archway leading to the kitchen. Every sense was on high alert. I crept to the archway and peeked around the frame. The kitchen was dark, lit only by the faint, diffused orange glow of the streetlight filtering through the window above the sink, and standing right at the center island, perfectly still, was Chloe, the 10-year-old. She wasn't sleepwalking. She was standing upright, facing the counter and the knife block, her back entirely toward me. She wasn't making a snack or getting water. She was making that wet sound. It was the low, rhythmic clicking of her own tongue against the inside of her teeth, almost like a dry sucking sound, except for the moisture in her mouth. It sounded utterly vacant and focused at the same time. I froze, barely breathing, terrified to move. Her stillness was unnatural. It was a hunter's stillness. The rhythm of the tongue clicking was hypnotic and deeply disturbing. The low, wet, rhythmic sound continued for what felt like an hour, though it was probably only a minute or two. I watched Chloe's silhouette, not daring to call out, convinced that doing so would trigger something terrible. She was utterly locked into whatever trance or state she was in. Then, the clicking sound stopped. Chloe slowly, deliberately, raised her right hand. Her arm was completely straight, moving with unnerving mechanical precision. She reached out toward the large wooden knife block situated right in front of her. Her fingers, small and pale in the faint light, stretched toward the handle of the largest chef's knife, the 8-inch blade the parents used for cutting roasts. Just as her fingertips brushed the cold metal handle, a different sound sliced through the oppressive silence. The loud, sharp click of a deadbolt turning, followed by the sound of the front door being opened. It was 9:15 p.m. The Dyers were home half an hour early. The sound of the door and the voices in the hall seemed to break the spell. Chloe's entire body seemed to deflate, going from rigid tension to normal limpness in an instant. She dropped her hand from the knife and, without looking back, walked out of the kitchen and up the stairs to her room with a completely normal, tired gait. She looked like any ordinary 10-year-old who had just woken up for a trip to the bathroom. She never looked at me. Mr. and Mrs. Dyer walked into the house, looking strangely pale and tense, immediately scanning the silent living room. They didn't even notice their daughter heading back upstairs. "Everything okay, Jess?" Mr. Dyer asked, his voice low and strained. "Yeah, fine. Just a late night," I mumbled, still staring at the glossy, dark surface of the knife block, imagining Chloe's fingers on it. Mrs. Dyer came over to pay me. She counted the cash into my hand, her fingers brushing mine. She didn't mention being home early. Instead, she leaned in slightly and gave me an odd, knowing look that sent chills down my spine. "Thank you, Jess," she said softly. "Thank you for getting them down on time. It's important that they're still for the first few minutes after 9. The way she emphasized "on time" and "still" made it clear that those 15 minutes were the entire point of the ritual. I realized then that the extreme 9 o'clock deadline wasn't about a sleep schedule. It was a time-sensitive quarantine. The 15 minutes of rigid silence was a window of vulnerability when something, some impulse, some dark instinct was active within their children, specifically Chloe. The parents' job wasn't to tuck them in. It was to keep the house silent and abandoned during the window. And their early return at 9:15 p.m. was their protection, the counterforce that broke the cycle. I took the money and left immediately. I never went back to the Dyers. I still don't know what was happening during that 15-minute window. Was the ritual meant to keep something out? Or was it a desperate, nightly attempt to keep something in, some dangerous, surfacing impulse in their child that they knew only surfaces when the house is quiet and the clock strikes 9? I only know that I don't want to be the witness when the window is missed. Be wary of routines and rules that lack rational explanation, especially when they are enforced with disproportionate fear and intensity. In domestic settings, extreme rigidity often masks a secret, desperate attempt to control an internal threat, and the witness to that routine is often the only one who sees the true, chilling nature of the control. The year I turned 20 was marked by a series of desperate, last-minute decisions. The most memorable being the night I took a strange babysitting job for a family named White. They lived way outside the suburbs, in a beautifully renovated farmhouse that backed up to thick woods. It was the kind of place that looked serene in the daylight but felt suffocatingly isolated once the sun went down. My job was to watch their 7-year-old daughter, Clara, a girl who was unnervingly sweet and quiet. The parents were rushing out to a late work dinner, barely giving me time to get the rundown. As Mrs. White was halfway out the door, she paused, pulling me close for one very specific, whispered instruction. "Clara is sensitive to sound," she stressed, her eyes wide. "The house must be completely silent after 9 p.m. No music, no TV, not even quiet talking. If you use your phone, put it on silent, and wear earbuds." I thought the rule was bizarre. Who demands absolute, total silence? But the money was good, and I needed it. I agreed, dismissing it as helicopter parenting gone extreme. That night, I discovered it was something far, far worse. Clara was an easy kid. She drew me a picture of a smiling sun, brushed her teeth without prompting, and was tucked into her bed at the end of the long, dark hallway upstairs by 8:45 p.m. Her room was clean, sparse, and faced the woods, which only added to the isolation. Once she was settled, I retreated to the living room downstairs. At exactly 9 p.m., I put in my noise-canceling earbuds, opened my laptop, and started watching a movie trailer on mute, figuring I'd kill time researching for college applications. The house immediately settled into a profound, almost aggressive silence. It wasn't the natural quiet of a sleeping house. It was a deep, heavy absence of noise that felt like a blanket had been thrown over my head. I could practically hear the pressure change in my eardrums. About 15 minutes into my research, I decided I needed a glass of water. I paused the video, pulled out my earbuds, and stood up from the couch. The total silence hit me again, and that's when I noticed the anomaly. I started walking toward the kitchen, and as my right sneaker lifted off the hardwood floor, I distinctly heard the faint creak of it settling back down. Seconds before my foot actually landed, I froze, heart slamming against my ribs. I tried again. I took a deliberate, measured step with my left foot. Before the leather sole even made contact with the wood, I heard the soft, dull thud of the impact. It wasn't an echo. It was a clean, audible reversal of time, a sound that predicted my movement. My reality felt suddenly, chillingly broken. Adrenaline flooded my system, overriding panic with a cold need to understand. I moved slowly, testing the phenomenon like a cruel physics experiment. I walked to the kitchen and grabbed a glass from the cupboard. The loud clink of the glass touching the counter sounded a fraction of a second before my fingers released it. The most terrifying moment came when I walked to the bottom of the staircase. I focused on the 6th step, the one I had already identified earlier that evening because it had a familiar, loud squeak. I slowly raised my foot to touch the step, preparing myself. Before my shoe was even hovering an inch above the wood, I heard the full, familiar, loud, unmistakable squeak. It wasn't just predicting a common sound, it was predicting a specific, known event. My terror shifted from a fear of ghosts to a paralyzing fear of sensory failure and a broken reality. I had to check on Clara. I crept up the stairs, moving awkwardly because I was constantly anticipating the sounds of my own movement that had, for all intents and purposes, already happened in the audible sense. The silence up here was even more oppressive, sucking the air and light from the hallway. When I finally reached the top, I stopped, straining to hear any normal, innocent sound from Clara's room. Then, I heard it, a small, dry, childlike giggle coming from the end of the hall, near Clara's door. It wasn't loud, but in that profound silence, it was as sharp and clear as a gunshot. It shouldn't have been there. Clara was supposed to be asleep. I stood motionless, my eyes glued to the dark, open doorway of Clara's room. My phone was still clutched in my hand, the flashlight off, useless against the strange physics of the house. The giggle came again. Fainter this time, like a secret shared just beyond the door. It was immediately followed by a soft, rhythmic sound. The distinct, low creak, stop of a child rocking back and forth in a chair. It was innocent enough on its own, but combined with the sound reversal, it felt predatory. I stood there for what felt like an hour, watching the black space of the doorway, waiting for something to be illuminated, for the girl in the rocking chair to appear. The rhythmic rocking sound was continuous, a metronome counting down to an unknown event, but the giggles only happened intermittently, small puffs of malice in the dark. My legs were shaking by the time I finally forced myself to move. I took 2 silent steps down the hallway toward the room. I was calculating the auditory delay in my head, knowing that by the time I heard my footsteps, I would already be further along. Then, the rocking stopped. The silence snapped back in, with violent force. Suddenly, an absolutely massive, crashing thud erupted from within Clara's room. The sound of heavy furniture, maybe a dresser or, I thought, the rocking chair, flipping over and shattering into pieces. The noise was instantly followed by a loud, desperate, piercing scream. It was the sound of a child in absolute, immediate distress. My survival instinct kicked in, shattering my paralysis. I broke into a full run, slamming the bedroom door open, the flashlight on my phone blinding me for a second. The room was perfectly intact. Clara was in her bed, sitting bolt upright, eyes wide, breathing heavily. but otherwise untouched. Her stuffed animals were on the shelf, the furniture was solid, and there was absolutely no rocking chair, not even a small one. Nothing was broken, displaced, or shattered. The room was silent. The only sound was Clara's ragged, terrified breathing and the pounding in my ears. I kept the flashlight trained on the empty floor, searching for the source of the crashing sound, but there was nothing. It had been as loud and physical as a car accident, yet the room was pristine. I slowly backed out, pulling the door almost shut behind me. I looked back down the long, dark hallway, where the massive thud and the scream had erupted just seconds before. I now heard a soft, clear, chilling, childlike whisper. It came before I could possibly see any movement or action. A sound delivered to my present from the future. They say the silence is so deep here. It pulls the sound out of the future. I turned back to the terrified girl in the bed. Her lips hadn't moved. Her eyes were still locked on the doorway, staring past me. The scream I had heard seconds ago was her scream of pure terror. The whisper I had just heard was her voice, calmly explaining the mechanism of her house's horror. The house was not silent. It was time-bending, allowing auditory events to occur before their physical cause. I didn't need any more evidence. My mind replayed the entire evening, the creak of my shoe landing before it landed, the squeak of the step before I touched it, and now, the shattering chair and scream before I entered the room. The house wasn't just sensitive to sound. It was manipulating time itself, capturing future noises and dumping them into the present moment. I rushed back downstairs, grabbing my jacket and laptop from the couch. As I moved toward the front door, the final, horrifying realization dawned on me. The parents' rule wasn't for Clara's sensitivity. It was to keep her quiet. The profound, total silence was their means of containing or preventing the house's disturbing effect from manifesting and ruining their night out. They wanted silence, so they wouldn't have to hear the sound of the future. As I fumbled with the locks, I heard the future sounds of the parents' car pulling up in the driveway, the crunch of the tires on the gravel, the slam of the car door a good hour before it actually happened. I bolted. I left the laptop, the keys, everything, fumbling out onto the gravel driveway and running toward the main road without looking back at the dark farmhouse. I didn't care about the job, the money, or facing the whites. I just needed to escape the place where every sound was a lie and every action was already foretold. I walked for 2 miles, shivering and listening to the real, normal sounds of the wind in the woods until my phone got service and I could call a cab. I never contacted the whites, and I never saw Clara again. But sometimes, when I'm alone in a quiet room, I hear a faint, distant sound that I can't place, and I freeze, terrified that my future has just caught up to me. The gig was supposed to be easy money. I was house-sitting for a family, the Millers, who owned a colossal, isolated lakefront property about an hour north of the city. They were a seemingly normal family with 2 quiet, college-age teenagers. My only real responsibilities for the week were to feed their grumpy Persian cat and make sure the place didn't spontaneously combust. Easy enough. The house itself was the primary reason I took the job. It was stunning, a modern, slightly uneven U-shape, built with immense windows that gave every room a breathtaking view of a secluded cove on the lake. The main living room was a spectacle, a massive, open-concept rectangle dominated by an entire wall of floor-to-ceiling glass. I had been there 4 nights, and the peace was total. It was the kind of safe, silent isolation I usually craved, but that feeling of sanctuary was about to be obliterated by a simple, impossible reflection. It was the 5th night. I had settled into the enormous, plush, sectional couch around 11:30 p.m. The Millers had a ridiculous amount of cable, so I was watching a forgettable action movie and nursing a mug of tea. The main lights were off, leaving the room bathed in the soft, flickering glow of the screen and the warm, low light from a floor lamp near the kitchen door. The atmosphere was cozy, domestic, and utterly normal. I knew the living room layout like the back of my hand. Facing the lake were 3 massive glass panels, the windows. To the right was the massive stone fireplace, taking up the whole wall space, and behind the couch was a solid, interior wall leading to the hallway. I got up to put my empty mug in the sink, taking the route that led me directly past the lake-facing windows. As I walked, I glanced out at the black expanse of the lake, catching my own ghostly reflection in the glass. It was a clear image, my face, the couch, the fireplace on the right. Then I saw it. The reflection didn't stop at the fireplace. Behind the couch, reflecting in the glass of the main windows exactly where the solid, rough stone wall of the fireplace should have been, was a fourth window. My feet stopped dead on the polished concrete floor. The fourth window in the reflection was the exact same size and shape as the three I was looking through. If I was seeing a reflection of a fourth window in the glass of the others, it meant that behind the couch, there was light coming from the outside, showing the interior of a room. Yet, the area behind the couch was the solid stone of the fireplace wall. My stomach dropped, replaced by a cold, searing shock. This wasn't a trick of the light or a double pane. I turned slowly, my heart trying to hammer its way out of my chest. The stone fireplace was right there. I walked up to it, running my hand over the cold, rough face of the granite. It was solid, unmoving. No hidden door, no window, no light source whatsoever. I spun back to face the lake view glass. The reflection of the fourth window was still visible. The night outside was black, but the reflected room was subtly illuminated, showing the faint, warm orange glow of a table lamp, the same floor lamp I had turned off moments ago. I started testing the geometry, desperately searching for a rational explanation. I moved 3 feet to the left, then 3 feet to the right. The reflection moved with me, remaining perfectly aligned in the glass, still showing a fourth window directly behind the couch, parallel to the fireplace. That's when the horrifying realization hit me. The reflection wasn't showing the space behind the couch in the room I was currently in. The reflection was showing the exact dimensions and contents of this room, but from a different, unseen structure, located directly behind the Miller house. The reflection I was seeing was the outside of a second, identical house. I looked out at the dark lake, which was acting as a perfect, massive mirror. The reflection suggested that the entire Miller house was being perfectly mirrored by a second, identical structure, a copy built precisely parallel to it, separated by maybe 10 or 15 yards of empty space. Who builds a perfect, window-for-window copy of a luxury home, hidden in the trees behind the original, and why? Was it some elaborate, abandoned guest house, a storage facility? The thought of a parallel structure that perfectly replicated the architecture of the house I was in, down to the positioning of the windows, was profoundly unsettling. The sheer cost, the isolation, and the stealth of it made no sense. It had to be deliberate. As I stared, transfixed, the impossible fourth window in the reflection held my gaze. It showed the identical room, illuminated by an identical lamp, but completely empty. Then, I saw movement. In the reflection of the fourth window, the one that should have been the stone fireplace, I saw a shadow pass. It was a tall, thin shape, moving slowly from the right side of the window to the left. The movement was deliberate, like a person walking slowly past the glass. It paused directly in the middle. It was watching the original house. It was watching me. The sight of that slow-moving shadow was the final catalyst. Rationality vanished, replaced by an urgent, primal need to see the truth. I didn't grab a weapon. I grabbed my keys and the heavy-duty flashlight the Millers kept by the back door. I unlocked the deadbolt and bolted out onto the deck. The cat, roused by my sudden movements, gave me a single, disgusted yowl. I ignored him and ran off the deck, plunging into the darkness of the backyard. I circled the perimeter of the house, shining the powerful beam into the dense woods directly behind the structure. My mind was screaming, "A guest house. It has to be a large shed or a guest house." I ran until I was out of breath, navigating mud and thick undergrowth. I swung the beam back and forth, cutting through the darkness. The beam hit only trees, mud, and dense foliage. No other building, no guest house, no shed, no concrete foundation, no telltale reflection of light on glass. Nothing but the woods, going back indefinitely. I checked my watch. I had been out there for close to 6 minutes, frantically running and searching. The trees were too dense, the land too overgrown, to hide a structure the size of the Miller house. It simply wasn't there. Exhausted, shaking, and completely bewildered, I stumbled back inside. I slammed the back door shut and locked it, checking the deadbolt twice. My knees buckled slightly, and I leaned against the kitchen counter, trying to catch my breath and regulate my panicked thoughts. Why did I see it? Was I hallucinating from the isolation? But the consistency of the reflection, the exact parallel structure, the movement of the shadow, it had been too perfect. too physically precise to be a mere trick of the eye. I slowly walked back into the living room, approaching the 3 massive lake-facing windows. I took a deep breath, braced myself, and looked at the reflection in the glass. It was back to normal. The reflection showed 3 windows, the couch, and the solid stone fireplace where the 4th window had been. Behind the reflected image of the house was only the black void of the woods. The identical, mirrored house, the house with the watching shadow, was gone. I sat in the kitchen, a brightly lit, sterile room, until the first hint of morning light crept over the lake. I fed the cat, who seemed smugly satisfied with my terror. I never told the Millers a word, but I knew that night that I had stumbled upon the terrifying, hidden truth of their isolation. They weren't just living in a lake house. They were living in a reality that was being perfectly and precisely observed by an identical structure that only appeared when it chose to be seen. The house wasn't isolated. It was duplicated, and someone, or something, was waiting inside the copy. Be wary of environments that offer you perfect, undisturbed solitude. In true isolation, the only thing that can observe you is either yourself or something that is not meant to be there, capable of mirroring your reality in a way that confirms your deepest fears. I used to think desperation made for ugly stories, but I never expected mine to begin in a sunlit Hartford cafe, the day I scrolled through a babysitting forum and found that ad. I was 22, had dropped out of art school 6 months earlier, couch surfing at my cousin Jaden's and jobless except for odd errands. Depression and debt had finally chased me away from New Haven School of Art. Jaden, patient but firm, gave me an ultimatum: contribute or go. That morning, bleary-eyed, I accepted the gig without a second thought. 2 years old, 1 flat rate, cameras, no problem. I needed that money. The building at 914 Elwood Terrace looked nice: polished lobby, working elevator, people coming and going in business attire. But when I stepped into apartment 3B at 6 p.m., the place felt off. It was too white, too clean, like a showroom. The playpen was empty, no toys, no pictures, no art supplies, only parenting manuals and matching dust jackets. There wasn't so much as a trace of lived-in warmth. "Hi, I'm Melinda," she said, curt and businesslike. She pointed to a mounted tablet. "He's already fed. Probably will sleep. Just watch the monitor. Cameras are in every room. I'll be back by midnight." The door clicked shut so hard it rattled the walls. I settled into the couch with tea and logged into Wi-Fi. Darkness filtered in through the sheer curtains. I paced half-heartedly, trying to read or scroll TikToks while glancing at the tablet. Baby and nursery, living room, kitchen. That was normal. But at 7:40, the screen blinked, switching to a feed labeled storage room. I'd never entered such a room. The image was dim, grainy, and I swear I saw a hand holding a belt buckle. Then it disappeared. My heart thumped. I paused my tea and walked toward the kitchen. Sure enough, a door hidden behind a curtain, narrow, utilitarian, and locked tight. A bleach odor leaked through the crack. I poked the door. No way in. I crept back to the couch. New message on the tablet: "Do not open that door again." I swallowed. I tried calling Melinda, straight to voicemail. My cousin Jaden insisted I leave at once. I shook my head. Kieran was alone, asleep. I stayed, frozen, feeling the air tighten around me. At 9:15, the monitor flickered again. The storage feed reappeared. A hunched figure moved there, pacing, talking under its breath. I froze. Couldn't make out words. Then I heard a click. I instinctively stood, grabbed Kieran from his crib, and sprinted to the bathroom, shutting the door behind us. Locked it. I cradled him close. He stirred, gibbered in sleep, and pressed into me. I texted 911 explaining the situation. My fingers trembled. I waited on bathroom tile, listening. Silence outside the door except my own ragged breathing and the faint whimper of the baby. The tablet feed vanished entirely. I dared not move. My phone buzzed. "Don't open that door." I did not send that text. I felt dried cold. Then I heard footsteps in the hallway, slow, deliberate, pacing nearer the bedroom. A slammed door? Or just closing? Panic slammed in again. I rocked Kieran, whispering nonsense about cartoons, took deep breaths. Nothing happened for minutes that nearly drowned me in terror. Then faint voices, male, muffled. Then a knock at the front door. "Police, Miss Monroe." My flat chest constricted. I set Kieran down quietly, wiped tears. I unlocked door calmly. 2 officers stepped in, badges shining. I told them everything. The hidden door, the monitor, the message, the pacing figure. They checked the storage door. It was open now. Empty. Just a rusted chair, shredded manuals, bare cot, no cameras inside. The officers exchanged looks. One ran a background check, found no records of a caretaker. Melinda was unreachable. I watched as they called down to dispatch. The landlord had previously authorized a soundproofed storage room but claimed ignorance of its use. They escorted me out with Kieran in a sling. I clutched my belongings, knees wobbling. Outside, I called Jaden. As we talked, police cars returned to the building but no arrests. A week later, I learned that Melinda's brother had recently left a psychiatric facility and vanished. The landlord confirmed Melinda requested a sealed, soundproofed room a few weeks before. The encrypted tablet feed existed. They discovered it wiped clean that night. I tried to sleep for the next few nights. I couldn't. I got therapy again. I quit babysitting. I drove past Elwood Terrace months later and stopped outside. I stared through the lobby door. I thought of the room behind that hidden door. My chest tightened. The memory still felt alive. Writing my story now, months later, I feel the sharp sting of regret, relief, and lingering questions. How many people had been in that storage room? What happened to that brother? Why did Melinda seek a sitter I barely knew? I replay the night endlessly in my head. The sterile furnishings, the abrupt instructions, the tablet feed glitch that revealed a room not in the official layout, the cryptic message, "Do not open that door again," the pacing figure. I was alone except for that monitor. Therapy helped untangle some of my guilt. I should have run immediately, but I'd promised to care for a child. It felt like my only connection, even in my drifting state. I had reason to stay, responsibility, empathy, professional habit. It almost killed me. Coming out of that, I changed. First, no more last-minute strangers. No more trusting without questions. I started checking IDs, talking to parents repeatedly. If something felt off in a job listing or house environment, I walked away. Professionally, I found work in a small gallery downtown. It's not art school, but it's something creative. I save enough to get my own place. I still couch surf on rare nights if I'm between shifts, but intentionally. I gained boundaries, personal and professional. I often wonder about trust. It's the currency of babysitting, and I spent mine too quickly that night. How do you rebuild? I started using references, verifying a family before taking jobs. I ask for photos of the space. I request to see who lives there. It's smart and practical, not paranoid. Whenever I hear of a missing person or a hidden room in a case online, my pulse quickens. I write emails to mental health advocates, share my story anonymously, hoping to raise awareness about vulnerable gatekeeping and caregiving jobs. Strangers present as nice people. They claim references. They may bring money, but they also may hide secrets. I began volunteering at a hotline for babysitters in uneasy gigs. I speak about intuition, how to trust it and act. I tell them, no gig is worth risking your safety. You are allowed to say no, even when it hurts. I recount my night in Hartford, the sterile setting, the abrupt instructions, the temp monitoring setup with unlogged feeds, the hidden door, the message. Sometimes volunteers tell me they got jobs suffocatingly quiet like that. No toys, no family pictures, only empty rooms. They walk away. They report suspicious listings. One of them found a hidden basement door and canceled the shift. My heart pounds when they share. They saved themselves. Here's what I know now. Danger often comes wrapped in normality. A fresh building, a reasonable rate, a friendly single mom who must rush. They lure you in. If you ignore the little signs, a locked room, cryptic messages, a second video feed, you risk your intuition. I recovered. I moved into my own apartment. I keep art supplies again. I open paint tubes, draw with honest strokes. I teach children at a community art program. I talk about safety, boundaries, and listening to the gut fear when it whispers. My drive back to Hartford one spring afternoon, I passed Elwood Terrace again. I stopped for longer, stared at apartment 3B, and wondered if another sitter answered that forum ad. I hoped she asked questions. I hoped she left. Now I tell my younger self, you did everything you could under pressure. You listened and you saved yourself and that baby. You set a standard. Use it always. The story isn't just scary. It's a reminder that intuition, boundaries, and questioning the surface protect us. Normality can conceal danger, and trust must be earned, not assumed. If something feels wrong, no matter how polite or convenient, it likely is. Trust yourself first. It was the first real summer break I'd had in years, and I was already tired of it. After finishing a grueling sophomore year at college and juggling therapy sessions for my anxiety, I'd come back home to Millhaven expecting some quiet. My parents had other ideas. Do something productive, or they said, wait, get a job, volunteer, anything. I just wanted to breathe. So when my old high school English teacher, Mrs. Whitaker, texted and asked if I could babysit her son one afternoon into the evening, I said yes, more out of guilt than interest. I remembered Mrs. Whitaker being the kind of teacher who made you feel like your words mattered. She was sharp, soft-spoken, always had her hair pulled back like she was in a rush to get somewhere. Her message said she'd be at a school board dinner and wouldn't be home until after 11. Nolan's quiet and easy. Just keep an eye on him. She offered $120. I accepted immediately. The drive out to their house was longer than I remembered. About 20 minutes from town, down a road with no streetlights and thick forest on both sides. Brookridge Lane was more of a gravel driveway than a proper street, with only a few houses spaced far apart. Hers sat at the very end, a pale blue two-story tucked between dark trees and silence. Inside, the house was spotless. Too spotless. The floors gleamed, the furniture was minimal and modern, and every surface looked freshly polished. There were no family photos, no crayon drawings, nothing taped to the fridge. It didn't feel like a house with a kid in it. Nolan was sitting on the floor in the den when I arrived. He looked up, nodded, and went right back to playing with some wooden animal figures. "Hi," I said, dropping my bag by the couch. "I'm Haley." He didn't respond. He wasn't rude, just distant. Like I was interrupting a dream he didn't want to wake up from. Mrs. Whitaker gave me a quick rundown. Dinner was in the fridge, bedtime by 9, and Nolan didn't need much supervision. Then she left. No hug for Nolan, no wave, just her keys jingling as she pulled the front door shut behind her. For a while, everything was normal. I made Nolan a grilled cheese. We played a quiet card game, and then he sat and watched a dinosaur documentary while I read emails on my phone. But by 6 o'clock, I started noticing things. Small, odd things. Nolan wouldn't go near the guest room at the end of the hall. He stiffened every time I walked past it. "That's not my room," he whispered once. "She doesn't like us in there." I blinked. "Who?" He didn't answer, just stared past me like someone was standing behind me. I tried to shrug it off. Kids have imaginary friends or fears. It wasn't that weird, but something about the way he said it, like he wasn't afraid of being punished but afraid of being seen, made my skin crawl. At 7:10, I was in the kitchen getting a glass of water when I heard it. The front door. It opened, then closed, quick and soft. I walked out fast. "Hello?" No answer. I checked the door. Locked. But something had changed. A small porcelain rabbit that had been on a table by the front window was now sitting at the top of the stairs. I looked at Nolan. He was on the couch, staring at the rabbit like he recognized it. "She's coming soon," he said, barely above a whisper. "That means, who's she?" I asked. But he just shook his head, eyes wide. I tried texting Mrs. Whitaker, but my message wouldn't send. No bars. That made no sense. I had full signal earlier. I tried brushing it off. Maybe the rabbit had already been moved. Maybe I was letting my mind race. I was tired and this house was too quiet. I turned on the TV, hoping noise would help. Nolan didn't protest when I let him lay on the living room floor with a blanket. "Can I keep it on while I fall asleep?" he asked. "Yeah," I said, ruffling his hair. "Of course." Before I left him to rest, he grabbed my wrist until I screamed. Last time she came, she whispered my name. I froze. "Nolan, who are you talking about?" He didn't say anything else. He just pulled the blanket up to his chin and stared at the screen. I couldn't ignore it anymore. I needed to check the guest room. I hesitated outside the door for a few minutes, debating whether it was worth it. Then I opened it. The room was plain. Dusty blue curtains, an unused twin bed, empty shelves. But there was a baby monitor on the dresser, turned on. I picked it up. It wasn't the kind that connected to a phone app. It was old, analog. And the receiver part, the one that should be with the parent, was missing. I set it back down, heart thumping. Then the landline rang. I hadn't even noticed the old phone on the hallway table. I picked it up. "Hello?" At first, just static. Then a voice, a woman's voice. "You shouldn't be in her house." I slammed the phone down. I turned, walked back toward the living room, but stopped short. There were wet footprints on the floor. They started at the back door and led up the stairs. I ran to Nolan. He was asleep, thank God. The footprints stopped at his blanket. I scooped him up, grabbed my keys, and bolted out the front door barefoot. I left everything behind. My phone, my shoes, my bag. I just drove. The police station was about 10 minutes away. I burst in, carrying Nolan, shaking. I told them everything. They looked at me like I was speaking another language, until I mentioned the baby monitor and the footprints. An officer drove us back to the house. By the time we got there, the footprints were gone. The baby monitor was still there, but now it was playing something else. A looped recording of Nolan talking in his sleep. I listened to it. I heard him say, faint, female, low, whispering his name. "Please stop whispering," over and over again. Then the voice. They searched the house. No sign of forced entry. Nothing broken. No intruder. When they finally reached Mrs. Whitaker, she sounded shaken but not surprised. "The guest room," she said, "used to be my sister's. She passed away there. And ever since, we've had to respect the rules of the house. That was it. I never went back. I didn't even collect the money. Jaden, the officer who drove us back, brought my stuff to the station the next day. I quit babysitting completely. The nightmares still come sometimes, mostly the sound of that landline ringing, or Nolan's voice asking me to turn the TV up louder. People always say you can explain things away, stress, fatigue, overactive imagination. I tried, but I knew what I saw, what I felt. That house didn't want us there. I ended up writing a paper about it in one of my psych classes. Not the ghost part, but how trauma lingers in spaces. How silence can be a warning. How kids sometimes know what adults refuse to see. I hope Nolan's okay. I hope Mrs. Whitaker's found peace. But I'll never forget what happened on Brookridge Lane. And I'll never ignore my instincts again. Never ignore the small signs. What feels off, what doesn't make sense. The whispers your mind tries to explain away. Whether it's danger, trauma, or something we can't name, your instincts are often the loudest truth in a quiet room. I always knew college wouldn't be easy. I'd worked hard to get into the criminal justice program, even harder to earn a partial scholarship. But when half of it got revoked after a GPA slip, I had no choice. I started babysitting on weekends just to scrape by. It wasn't glamorous, but it paid better than food service, and I was decent with kids. That's how I ended up at 46 Hartley Way on a chilly March evening. Cedar Junction is the kind of Oregon town where everything shuts down by 8 p.m. The Harper's place sat on the edge of the woods, quiet and rustic. A wraparound porch, pine trees tall enough to block the moonlight. No neighbors in sight. The job had come through a friend of a friend. Their usual sitter canceled last minute and I needed the cash. When I got there, Mr. Harper met me at the door with tired eyes and a firm handshake. "Thanks for coming on short notice," he said, stepping aside so I could enter. Mrs. Harper was already getting her coat on. She handed me a list. Dinner in the fridge, bedtime at 8:30, TV okay but no sugar snacks. The usual stuff. Then Mr. Harper held out a beat-up black walkie-talkie. "Keep this on you," he said. "We don't get service out here." I looked at it, confused. "You mean for emergencies?" He paused like he didn't want to explain. "The baby monitor's busted, and cell phones don't work well past the trees. We've just used this. It's reliable." I should have asked more questions, but I didn't. By 7:30, I had Mason fed and parked on the couch watching cartoons. He was a quiet little guy, all soft curls and wide eyes. The kind of kid that always looks like he's trying to figure out what adults are hiding. When I told him it was almost bedtime, he nodded obediently, but before heading down the hall, he said something that stopped me. "If the walkie-talkie whispers, don't answer. Mommy says the man doesn't like when you talk back." I blinked. "What man?" He just smiled at me like it was a joke I wasn't in on. "The one in the trees." I laughed, nervously. "Okay, buddy, bedtime." I tucked him in, left a little nightlight on, and headed back to the living room. I turned on the walkie-talkie like they asked, then opened my laptop to work on some reading for class. The house was so still it made my own breathing sound loud. At 9:12, the walkie-talkie crackled. Static buzzed through, followed by a slow, steady sound. Breathing. Deep, raspy, too human to mistake. I leaned forward, pressed the talk button. "Hello?" Nothing. Then, a whisper. So low I barely caught it. "You're not his mother." My heart thudded against my ribs. I stared at the device in my hand, half expecting it to be hot from whatever just came through. I scanned the room. Mason's bedroom door was shut. The house was still silent. Too silent. I shook it off. Maybe it was a prank. Maybe someone was screwing around with old frequencies. I mean, who still uses walkie-talkies anyway? At 10:15, the voice came back. Just static at first, then a whisper. A long, stretched-out version of the boy's name. My son, my son. That was enough. I unplugged the thing and shoved it in my bag. It buzzed again, even without power. I turned it off manually and tried to distract myself with a podcast. Something funny. Something loud. But I kept hearing faint creaks from upstairs. I told myself it was just the house settling. Old beams, cold air. Totally normal. But when I heard the knock, soft, deliberate, 3 short taps, it came from inside the house. Not the front door. From the closet near the back hallway. I grabbed the flashlight the Harpers left by the door and crept toward it. The air was colder by that side of the house. I opened the door slowly, the beam of light shaking in my hand. Just coats, a few boots. But the smell hit me. Damp wood, mildew, and something metallic. Like rust. Or blood. I turned to leave and noticed something that hadn't been there before. Another walkie-talkie, sitting right on the windowsill. Its red power light blinking. I didn't even think. I ran to Mason's room, grabbed him from bed. He barely stirred, and locked us both in the bathroom. I turned the shower on to mask sound and pulled my phone out. No bars, no Wi-Fi, no emergency calling, nothing. I remembered what Mr. Harper said, that the walkie-talkie was the only way to communicate out here. Against every instinct I had, I powered it back on. The second the walkie-talkie came alive, it hissed. Then a man's voice, more distinct this time. She locked the door. I don't like when they lock the door. I clutched Mason tighter. He whimpered once but didn't cry. I covered his ears and tried to slow my breathing. I don't know how long I sat there, 10 minutes? 20? I kept expecting the doorknob to turn, for the lights to flicker, for someone to pound their way in. Instead, we heard the footsteps, slow, heavy, shuffling outside the bathroom, back and forth. Then stillness. Knock, knock, knock. Pause. Knock, knock, knock. Mason started to tremble. I rocked him, trying to muffle both our breaths. Then suddenly headlights. A car door slammed outside. Then another. The sound of keys. The front door opened. The footsteps in the hallway. Retreated. I burst out of the bathroom with Mason in my arms just as the Harpers stepped inside. Mrs. Harper gasped. Mr. Harper's eyes scanned the scene, landing on the walkie-talkie in my hand. "You answered, didn't you?" I didn't know what to say. We sat in the kitchen, the Harpers across from me, Mason curled up in my lap, half asleep but safe. I told them everything. The static, the whispers, the footsteps, the knocking, the voice. They didn't ask me if I was sure, didn't question my version of events, they just looked tired. Mrs. Harper finally spoke. "It's been happening since before we bought the place. We hear him too, mostly in winter. He never comes inside, unless someone talks back." Mr. Harper nodded grimly. "We've learned to ignore it. Mason knows the rules. The previous owners left the radios when they moved. Told us it was part of the condition of the house." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. "And you just live here? Raise a kid here?" Mrs. Harper lowered her eyes. "You get used to some things. Others you can't afford to run from." I left as soon as I could. I didn't even want the money. The next morning, I told one of my classmates, Kevin, who was training to be a sheriff's deputy. He offered to drive out with me to check the woods. Part of me wanted closure. Part of me just wanted to know I hadn't imagined it. Behind the house, through the trees, we found a shack, half collapsed, rotting wood and rusted hinges. Inside, we found a crate, dusty, full of old walkie-talkies. One had a name carved into it, faint but legible. Evan. That's when I remembered something Mrs. Harper had said once in passing during the job call. Something about Mason being their miracle child. "We lost the first one," she'd said softly. "But Mason made it. I never babysat again. I stopped sleeping with my earbuds in. But sometimes when the dorm's quiet and the lights are off, I swear I still hear static. Once at 3 a.m. I heard a whisper through the speakers of my laptop. 'You're not his mother.' Some warnings don't come with flashing lights. Sometimes they come through static and whispers in the spaces we're told to ignore. Always listen, especially when a child tells you something adults pretend isn't there. They say you can't outrun your past, but I never thought mine would find me in a quiet neighborhood in Middleton Heights, Indiana. Not after everything I went through. Not after I left my classroom behind, packed up my life in a cardboard box and started over, shakily, on my therapist's advice. 3 months earlier, I had a panic attack in front of 26 first graders during what should have been a routine math lesson. One of my students, Marcus, had an emotional meltdown. He flipped his desk, screamed something about shadows in the corners. I tried to calm him down, to ground myself too, but something about the rawness in his voice, the sheer desperation, broke through my professional shell. I spiraled. I froze. I couldn't breathe. The school placed me on leave the next day. I swore off kids for a while, but therapy's expensive and medication doesn't pay for itself. My therapist, Dr. Hill, suggested exposure therapy. "Low-pressure situations," she said. "Dip your toes back in." I thought she meant visiting my sister's kids or reading to children at the library. She meant babysitting. A former coworker vouched for me on a local parent network, and that's how I ended up at 59 Alderberry Lane on May 19, 2021. It was a Wednesday, warm but overcast. and I was already tense when I rang the Claxtons' doorbell. The couple, Rachel and Damon Claxton, answered together. They were tidy, composed, almost clinical. No warm welcome, no lingering chat, just clipped smiles and instructions. "Our daughter Zara is sensitive to routine," Rachel told me. "She has a schedule we follow every evening without fail. It will be on the counter. Please don't deviate from it." Damon didn't say much. He handed me the emergency contacts on a printed sheet, nodded once, and checked his watch. They left at 5:08 p.m. Zara was polite but quiet. She didn't meet my eyes when I crouched to say hi. "Natalie, we'll hang out tonight, okay?" "Hi, sweetie." She nodded once. "Okay." She looked like any normal 8-year-old, neatly dressed, brown hair in 2 braids, hands clasped together like she'd been coached on how to behave. After they left, I headed to the kitchen to find this famous schedule. There was nothing there. No paper, no post-it, no email ping on my phone. I checked the fridge, the counter, the dining table. Nothing. I crouched down next to Zara, who had quietly retreated to the living room couch and was hugging her knees. "Hey, hun, do you know where the schedule is?" She whispered. "Mom hides it." I blinked. "Why?" She shrugged. "She says I shouldn't touch it." I paused. "Okay. Do you remember what we're supposed to do first?" She hesitated. "TV or dinner? I don't know." I smiled gently. "That's okay, let's do dinner. That's always a good start." She flinched. "We're not supposed to eat yet." I chuckled nervously. "It's okay, I won't tell." But halfway through heating up the chicken nuggets, Zara started to cry. Silent tears at first, then soft sobs. "She'll know," she said. "Who will?" She didn't answer, just repeated, "She always knows." That was when the stereo turned on in the living room. I didn't touch it. Zara didn't either. 1 second it was silent, and the next a soft, distant lullaby floated out. An old-fashioned tune, something out of a music box, the kind that plays when the ballerina twirls. Zara screamed, "Turn it off, that's her song. That means she's watching." I bolted into the room, pulled the plug from the wall. The music stopped, but my heart didn't. "Sweetie," I said, kneeling down. "Who's watching?" "The real babysitter," she said, eyes wide. "The one in the mirror." I don't scare easy. I've worked with kids long enough to hear all kinds of strange things. Imaginary friends, monsters under the bed, dark closets that breathe. But there was something in Zara's voice, something practiced. Not imaginative, familiar. "The real babysitter," I repeated, keeping my voice calm. "What do you mean?" "She watches the schedule," Zara said, wrapping her arms around herself. "Gets mad. If we mess it up, who is she?" She shook her head and walked away. I followed. By 7:30, we were sitting on the rug in the playroom. I was trying to keep the atmosphere light, coloring, asking questions about school. Then Zara got up, walked to her little backpack and pulled out a small red photo album. "This is the schedule," she said. I opened it. Every page was labeled with a time. 5:30, 6:15, 7. Each time had a photo of Zara doing something, brushing teeth, eating cereal, coloring, playing piano. But in every single photo there was a mirror in the background. And in every mirror was a woman, pale, wearing a gray nightgown, black holes for eyes. No expression, no motion, just watching. I dropped the album. "Who took these?" Zara looked down. "Mom." My stomach dropped. "Why's she in the pictures?" "She's always there," she said softly. "That's why we follow the schedule." My hands were cold. "Zara, how long has she been here?" she whispered. "Since my old babysitter got sick." I wanted to leave. My brain screamed at me to grab my keys and go. But I couldn't leave this girl, not like this, not with something no one was explaining. At 8 gone sharp, the lights flickered. I mean all of them. Kitchen, hallway, living room, every bulb. Just once. Then the hallway mirror glowed faintly. And I saw her. A tall figure, pale as smoke, standing just behind my reflection, She didn't move, just stared. I turned around. Nothing was there. Closet, I whispered. Come on. I pulled Zara down the hall into the guest bedroom, thankfully mirror-free, and opened the closet. In here, I said. We'll be safe. Zara didn't ask questions. She just crawled in and pressed her back against the wall. I pulled the door shut and sat in front of her, clutching my phone like a weapon. We stayed there for what felt like forever. I kept checking my phone, 9:03 p.m., 9:47, 10:12. I texted the Claxtons again. Still no response. I thought about calling the cops, but what would I say? A ghost is watching us through mirrors? Zara fell asleep around 10:30, head resting against my side. I stayed wide awake, every creak of the house setting off alarms in my brain. At 11:15, the stereo turned back on. Not softly this time, blaring. And over the lullaby, I heard a woman's voice whispering through the static. You forgot bath time. I shot up, heart pounding. Zara stirred. I grabbed her hand. We're leaving. I didn't wait. I opened the closet door, crept to the guest room door, and peeked into the hallway. No sound, no movement, but the glow from the mirror was back. We bolted. Out the bedroom, down the stairs, through the kitchen, past the stereo, still playing. I didn't stop to unplug it. I didn't look in the mirrors. I yanked open the front door barefoot and ran. We crossed to the neighbor's house and knocked until they answered. I told them what happened. They called the police. The Claxtons got home at 12:42 a.m. Damon looked surprised to see the patrol car. Rachel didn't. When I told them what happened, Rachel didn't argue. She didn't even seem confused. She asked one thing. Did she follow you outside? My throat dried. What? She's not supposed to leave the house. I stared at her. Who is she? What is she? Rachel looked at Zara, then back at me. She watches. That's her job. You broke the schedule. I left. Refused the money. Blocked their number. 2 weeks later, I quit babysitting. Got a new job working remotely for an educational nonprofit. It wasn't glamorous, but it kept me off my feet, out of strangers' houses and nowhere near mirrors. I thought that would be the end of it. But 2 months later, I got a package. No return address. Inside was a single photo. It showed me and Zara in the guest room closet. The shot was grainy, like from an old camcorder. The closet door was cracked open just enough to see us. And behind us, the pale woman in the gray nightgown, standing silently, watching. I moved apartments, changed my number, and I never sat near mirrors again. Not all routines are harmless. Sometimes what looks like control is containment. And sometimes when your gut tells you to run, listen. I never thought I'd go back to childcare. After Luxembourg, I swore it off forever. That job was 12 months of quiet corners, manipulated schedules, emotional neglect so extreme that even the children seemed drained. By the time I came home, I felt hollowed out, anxious, unable to sleep. I stayed with my childhood friend Tasha in Montana, taking odd jobs, attending group therapy, trying to rebuild something that resembled normalcy. And still the bills piled up. So when Tasha forwarded me that babysitting gig, easy money, sweet kid, no weird requests, I sighed and agreed, telling myself it would be just one night. I'd survive. I had to. October in Willow Creek was crisp and golden. The air smelled like upcoming snow. When I pulled into the driveway at 3089 Red Fern Drive at 6 o'clock, the house looked charming. Amber trees rustling, an old porch swing, ivy creeping up weathered siding. It felt safe. But I'd learned how deceiving appearances can be. James and Meredith Sayer greeted me politely. Their daughter Lillian was 6, pale and quiet, holding a frayed stuffed lamb, her only companion. The couple seemed composed, almost detached. Meredith gave me instructions in a measured tone. They'd return around 1. Bedtime was 8:30. Lillian was very independent, and please don't let her go into the upstairs guest room. James said it was unsafe, flooring being remodeled. That should have been enough red flag. I nodded and stepped inside. I watched Lillian from the living room floor as she gently hummed to her lamb, whispering to it like it was a confidant. She didn't ask to play or watch TV. She just sat, still as a statue. I tried introducing myself gently. "Hi, I'm Callie. We'll hang out tonight." She nodded, barely looking at me. I followed her cues and sat quietly nearby, pulling out a book and pretending to read, though my nerves buzzed under the surface. Time passed slowly. I thought about how much gentler things would have to be. No unpredictability, no emotional landmines. But ironically, the stillness weighed heavier than chaos ever could. At 7:45, I went into the kitchen to rinse a dish, and when I came back, Lillian was gone. My breath caught. I searched, calling softly, "Lillian?" No answer. My heart pounded as I climbed stairs, calling again. I found her at the top of the stairs outside the locked guest room. She stood still and whispered, "She's in there. She wants me to sleep upstairs tonight." I tensed. That room was forbidden. I hurried to her side, gently guiding her back. She didn't resist, but she looked at the door and whispered, "She says you don't believe in her. That's why she's angry." My chest tightened. I checked the door, locked. Inside, something scratched lightly, soft but unmistakable. I pulled the door closed and led Lillian back downstairs. My mind raced. Was I starting to hallucinate? After Luxembourg, I'd become hyper-vigilant. I told myself, "You're anxious. You're imagining it." But something about Lillian's tone and that door unsettled me more than any screaming child ever had. Lillian fell asleep by 8:30, curled in bed with her lamb. She refused stories, only faintly asked for the door cracked just the way she likes. I tucked her in and left, standing in the hallway a moment, dreading the house's quiet. I settled on the couch downstairs, phone in hand. No signal from Tasha, no response from the Sayers. The air felt too still, the house too dark. My muscles tensed toward every sound. Around 9 p.m., the baby monitor lit up. I leaned forward, hearing slow, deliberate breathing. Not Lillian's, heavier, adult. Panic blooming in me, I bolted upstairs. Lillian lay peacefully asleep. All seemed calm, except the closet door. It was open. Her lamb was missing. My throat caught. I whispered her name. Silence. I retreated, adrenaline rushing. Back downstairs, I took the monitor again. The screen split. One feed of Lillian's room and a second I hadn't been told about. The guest room. My blood froze. The image was grainy black and white. A woman sat on the bed, long gray hair falling over her face. She held the lamb, slowly rocking. The timestamp at the corner glared. Live. I dropped back onto the stairs, shaking. The door to that room had been locked. I had never seen that second camera. I fumbled for my phone, dialing James, straight to voicemail. Meredith, same. My hands trembled beneath my blouse as the woman's rocking slowed, just holding the lamb. I barely breathed. I screamed up the stairs, hitting the door with fists, my voice cracking. "Hello? Is someone in there?" No response. Then, slowly, the door creaked open on its own. I staggered inside, breathing harsh. Darkness swallowed the room. I flicked on my flashlight. The floor creaked beneath me as I noticed the rocking chair, dent, swung slightly. On the floor lay the lamb, placed deliberately. I reached down and grabbed it, my hand shaking. My breath caught when I turned to the mirror. There I was, holding a child. But not Lillian. A girl around 8, pale, with hollow eyes and rope burn marks circling her wrists. She looked at me with something that seemed like recognition, not curiosity. Recognition. My blood ran cold. The air felt thick. My past trauma crawled to the forefront. Empty rooms, whispers to walls. I jolted, backing out of the door. I ran downstairs with Lillian in my arms, wrapping her in a blanket. My mind spun. Adrenaline pulsed through my veins. I waited on the porch, barely noticing the shrub shadows. I sat until headlights swept across the yard. The Sayers arrived at 1:05 a.m. They stepped out like statues. James first, confusion in his eyes. Then Meredith. I stood trembling, clutching the lamb, tears leaking. I demanded answers. Who was that? Why was that girl in the mirror? Meredith's composure cracked. She looked away, voice quiet. That room belonged to our first daughter, Eliza. She passed away in that room 5 years ago. James's tone was soft but strained. We kept the monitor on, in case she ever came back. I turned, unable to speak, the lamb heavy with dread. I refused payment. I left without a word, walking to my car through the cold Montana air. I didn't look back. I stayed with Tasha that night, shaking until dawn. I stopped nannying after that. Eventually, I found remote work. No strangers' homes, no lonely rooms. I never stepped near mirrors again. 1 week later, a package arrived. No return address. Inside was a crude drawing, childlike and unsettling. 2 little girls holding hands. One was Lillian, the other unmistakable. The hollow-eyed girl, wrists marked. At the bottom, in shaky crayon handwriting, now she has someone to talk to again. That drawing now lives in my desk drawer, folded carefully. I've never opened it again. Not every old house is haunted by fear. Sometimes it's the memories we lock away that keep watching. And routine rules can become barriers that separate grief and healing. When something feels wrong, trust your gut. Even ghosts deserve to be noticed, and sometimes the only way someone finds peace is by being seen. People say independence is freedom. For me, it started as a necessity. I was 21 when I signed the lease for a tiny studio above a nail salon on East Latchmere Street in Camden Flats. The kind of place with peeling window trim, paper-thin walls, and a ceiling that groaned louder than I did after a 12-hour study shift. But it was mine. No roommates, no drunk stepbrother punching holes in drywall, no tiptoeing around my dad's mood swings. Just silence and space. I'd earned it after years of bouncing between houses, arguments, and people who thought saying "you're tough" was the same as being there for you. To make rent, I babysat. Nights mostly, after classes. I was finishing my first year in the forensic science program at the county college. It made for a weird schedule, but it worked. Then Rosalie, my landlord's niece, knocked on my door one evening, looking frazzled and a little desperate. She lived just downstairs in 1B, a hospice nurse working overnights. She had a 3-year-old daughter named May, and she needed someone she could trust a few nights a week. "You wouldn't have to leave the building," she said. "Study. I'll pay cash. May usually sleeps through. You could..." It sounded perfect. Same building, no driving, extra money. I agreed without thinking much of it. I didn't really know Rosalie. She was polite but closed off, like someone always holding back the real version of themselves. That night, November 9th, I knocked on her door at 7:55 p.m. She answered quickly, looking even more worn than usual. "She's already asleep," Rosalie said quietly, smoothing her daughter's hair in the crib. "Shouldn't wake up. Just don't go upstairs." I paused. "Upstairs?" Rosalie hesitated. "There's a tenant above me, my brother. He keeps to himself. He won't bother you. But if you hear noises, don't react. Just let it be, please." Something about the way she said that stuck in my chest. I wanted to ask more, but she was already halfway out the door. "Emergency numbers on the fridge. Thank you again," she called softly. And then I was alone in her dim, lavender-scented apartment. The first hour passed quietly. I sat on the couch, laptop open, catching up on notes from my forensic pathology class. I could hear the faint hum of the heater and May's soft breathing through the baby monitor. Around 9:30 p.m. I heard it. Footsteps above me. Slow. heavy, back and forth like pacing. Then a long dragging sound, followed by a thump. I froze. The top unit, from everything I knew, was unoccupied. I had seen the building directory, only 2 names, mine and Rosalie's. Yet someone was up there, moving. I muted my laptop and stood slowly, straining to listen. Another thump, this time sharper, like a chair being tipped over. Rosalie's words echoed in my head. "He won't bother you. Just don't go upstairs." Was this normal? If it was her brother, why wasn't he listed? Why did she avoid saying his name? I called Rosalie, straight to voicemail. Out of instinct, I walked to the front window and looked outside. No car, no lights in the 3rd floor unit. The curtains were drawn. The place looked empty. The hallway light outside flickered, then went out completely. I tried the porch light switch. Nothing. Darkness. That's when I heard it. The baby monitor crackling to life. A voice, low and hoarse. "Why did you move the girl into my room?" I dropped the monitor. I ran into May's room. She was asleep, curled up, but her nightlight was unplugged. The window was open an inch, the curtains fluttering. I shut it fast, locked it, and checked the closet. Empty. Heart pounding, I picked May up and carried her back into the living room. Then came the knocking, not on the door, on the ceiling. Measured, calm, like someone tapping with their knuckles. My legs trembled, my breath went shallow. I had to know what was happening. I had to go upstairs. The stairwell smelled like mildew and stale carpet. I don't remember walking. I floated, barefoot, holding May against my chest as I climbed toward the 3rd floor. The door at the top was cracked open, the only one on that level. The unit inside was barely lit, just a sliver of moonlight through broken blinds. The air was thick and warm, like it hadn't been circulated in years. The walls were peeling, streaked with what looked like handprints. In the corner, on a stained mattress, sat a man. He was facing the wall. A pillowcase was tied over his head, and silver duct tape bound his wrists in his lap. His breathing was shallow, rasping. I stepped back, horrified. That's when I saw the walls, drawings, hundreds of them, children's sketches taped in rows, all the same girl, small, pale, with long black hair and no mouth. In each one, she stood in a different room. May's room, the kitchen, the hallway. Always near something broken, always staring. And then, next to the light switch, a note. "Stop bringing the children. She wakes up when they cry." I ran. I didn't think. I carried May back down the stairs, my hands shaking, my feet barely touching the floor. We locked ourselves in the bathroom. I sat with my back against the door, May tucked into my arms, my phone clutched in my palm. I called Rosalie again. No answer. I started dialing 911. The dispatcher kept me on the line. I whispered everything I could. The man upstairs, the drawings, the voice on the monitor. She said officers were on the way. Minutes crawled. I sat frozen on the cold bathroom tile, May half asleep in my lap. Every creak in the walls made me jump. Then I heard keys in the front door. "Jenna!" Rosalie's voice frantic. I unlocked the door and stared her down. "What's going on? Who is he?" She sank to her knees, crying. "My brother," she whispered. "He's not well. He hasn't been for a long time. I was supposed to place him in care, but I couldn't do it. He was always quiet, always controlled. But when May cries, he hears things." "Like the girl with no mouth?" I asked. Rosalie froze. "He used to talk about her when he first moved in," she said, eyes wet. "Said a girl lived up there before us, a girl who died. But there's no record, nothing official. Still, he hears her. Says she gets angry when kids are near." I stepped back. "You left your daughter here with that." "I didn't think," she started, but I didn't want to hear it. The officers arrived within minutes. They found him upstairs, unresponsive but alive, covered in scars, dehydrated, starving. CPS was called immediately. May was taken in for care. Rosalie was questioned. I didn't go back upstairs. I didn't go back to the studio either. I moved out 2 days later, packed everything I owned into the back seat of my car and left Camden Flats behind. I've never been back. People ask why I left. I tell them it was mold, noise, bad heating. I don't say it was the man with the pillowcase. I don't say it was the girl with no mouth. But I remember May's words the next morning before the social worker came. She looked at me, calm and wide-eyed, and said, waking her up, "The girl with no mouth says thank you, for I didn't respond. Some things you don't question. You just listen. Trust your instincts." We teach kids to speak up when they feel unsafe, but we forget that same rule applies to adults. Fear is a survival tool, not a weakness. If something feels wrong, it probably is. Sometimes the quietest voices are the ones screaming to be heard, and sometimes the scariest things aren't what you see, but what you choose to ignore. I stared at the phone in my hand, Mrs. Tilda Grover calling for a sitter in Easton Heights, while I sat on the edge of my dorm bed. I was 19, a freshman studying child psychology, trying to rebuild myself after the worst thing imaginable happened. My 7-year-old sister Hallie drowned in our backyard pool 2 years ago while I was supposed to be watching her. That guilt has been carved into me ever since. I've been terrified of children, of responsibility, of what might happen if I ever looked away again. When Mrs. Grover called, I hesitated. I didn't need the money. I desperately needed to prove to myself I wasn't broken. So I said yes. I wanted to feel okay around kids again. Careful, watchful, dependable, maybe even brave. When I arrived at 1962 Birch Grove Avenue at 6 p.m. on March 13, 2022, the house looked like something out of decades past. A wide porch sagging under hulking azalea bushes, peeling white paint, curtains half drawn. Inside smelled like mothballs and old wood. Clients of Mrs. Grover described her as a retired school teacher, kind, firm, but there was a guarded tone in her voice when she greeted me. "Thank you for coming, dear. Braden will be in his room after dinner. Use the snacks on the sideboard. There's one door. Don't go inside that room." She pointed across the hallway. A narrow bedroom across from Braden's door had a heavy wooden door. Locked. "It's old storage. Please don't open it, or let him near it." Her eyes flicked toward that door. I nodded, uncertain. Braden, her 6-year-old grandson, looked shy. He barely spoke unless asked. He played with toy cars silently, sorting them into neat rows on the floor. When I offered to read him a story, he looked at the small bookshelf and chose a battered paperback. My sister lives under the floor. A nervous chuckle tumbled out of me, but when I looked at him, he stared back and whispered, "It's not a story, she's still mad." I froze. "Who's mad?" He tilted his head toward that locked door. "Emmy, she's not allowed to come out." He said it plainly, eyes serious as if he was describing something real. I tried to laugh, soft and unnatural. Maybe Emmy was his imaginary friend. Or maybe Braden had a vivid imagination. I told him that was okay, and he slipped back into playing. I spent the evening trying to appear calm, preparing dinner, checking the baby monitor, giving Braden juice and crackers. But my own chest felt tight, haunted by a memory of Hallie slipping beneath that same still surface of water. My throat closed when I thought of what grief had done to my family. After dinner, I tucked Braden into bed, reading a few pages of a gentle story. His voice came soft and trailing. "Emmy watches me sleep." A chill went through me. I sat beside him while he drifted off. When he finally closed his eyes, I tiptoed away. I remembered the locked door across the hall. Tilda had repeated her warning twice. Don't open it. Don't let Braden near it. I stood at the threshold of that hallway with my heart hammering. All the silence in the house seemed pregnant with something dark. I flipped off the hallway light and retreated to the living room beyond. By 9:42 p.m., the house felt oppressive. The only sound was the muffled hum of the refrigerator and the creak of my own breathing. I was reading notes for class, trying to steady myself. Then I heard scratching. Soft, deliberate. Inside the locked bedroom. At first I thought I was imagining it, but the noise grew steady. I shut my book and stood up. I tiptoed down the hallway toward the locked door, my legs shaking. I placed a trembling hand on the knob. It was ice cold. I pressed my ear to the door and I heard breathing. Slow, ragged, then a whisper. Tell him to stop pretending I don't exist. My hand dropped. I staggered back. My chest heaved with fear. I felt sick. I retreated into the living room, palms sweaty, shaking. I sat with my head in my hands. My own chest pounded reminders of guilt. How I'd looked away for a second, how Hallie slipped away from me. I promised I would never let something like that happen again. I checked the monitor. Braden slept. I tried to text Tilda Grover. No reply. I debated leaving. But then I thought of Braden and how fragile he seemed. So I stayed. At 10:30 p.m., Braden came out of his room holding a crayon drawing. I forced a calmer voice. "You're awake?" He held it out. The sketch showed a narrow bedroom with a girl inside, arms outstretched, mouth stitched shut, and scrawled at the bottom, "She watches me sleep." I swallowed. I asked softly, "Tell me about Emmy." Braden's eyes locked onto mine. He whispered, "She used to have a room. Then she made Nana mad. She broke the baby." Then he turned and walked back to his bed. I didn't follow. The words "broke the baby" turned in my brain. I had chills. I went back to the living room, shaken. I couldn't make sense of any of it, but I knew I couldn't ignore it. By 11:17 p.m., I felt dizzy from fear and exhaustion. I decided to go to Braden's room to calm him, and maybe convince myself it was all in his imagination. His door was open just slightly. I stepped inside, but then I heard it again, rattling. The locked door, down the hall, quietly rattling from the inside. I looked back at Braden. He was already sitting up in bed. He looked calmer than before, or more resolved. "She's not in her room anymore," he said softly. "She's in mine." Then I heard it. The closet door creaked. I turned slowly. It was open now, just a crack, but enough. Bare feet in the shadows, small, pale. I felt a scream rise in me. I ran forward, grabbed Braden, backed out, closed his room door, locked it with trembling hands. I held him and carried him back to the bathroom. We shut the door behind us. I leaned my back against it. Braden pressed against me. I whispered, "We're okay. Just breathe." My hands shook uncontrollably. I sat barefoot on the cold tile and pressed my thumb on the phone. I called 911. I explained everything. "Child services and police are on their way, ma'am. Stay on the line with me until they arrive." The minutes ticked by so slowly. I kept my eyes half closed, terrified to look at Braden's face. When the police finally arrived, around 12:15 a.m., there was pounding at the front door. I opened it in a daze. Officers in uniforms. They asked questions compassionately. Tilda Grover answered behind them, bewildered. In the next hour, everything came crashing down. The police forced open the locked bedroom. I followed, hands shaking. The air inside was rancid. In one corner, under loose floorboards and a rusted vent, they found human remains of a small child, long hidden. The body had been concealed beneath a sealed floor vent, covered with rotten floorboards. They identified her as Emmeline Grover, Braden's older sister. She had died, unreported, apparently months or years ago. No records, no official notice. The bedroom had become her tomb. Braden stood quiet and solemn as they gently led him away. He didn't cry or panic. He stared as they uncovered the truth. Mrs. Grover collapsed to the floor. She was taken away for psychiatric evaluation. Police revealed she had never reported Emmy's death. Had tried to hide it, she said, out of shame, fear, guilt. They weren't sure what to believe. CPS moved Braden into foster care temporarily to keep him safe. The house went dark and silent. I left with nothing but my phone and pride in how I stayed composed when everything unraveled. I didn't know how to feel. Relief? Horror? Guilt bubbling up again? I moved out of Easton Heights within days. I didn't look back. I didn't keep mementos. The house at 1962 Birch Grove vanished from my memory, except when sleep overtook me and I dreamed. Now, whenever I dream of that house, there's a moment before waking when Hallie stands in the locked bedroom too. She's silent, expression empty, and she asks the same question every time. Why didn't you come for me? I wake up gasping as though reality is splitting me apart. I've spent months in therapy trying to believe I deserve peace, trying to remind myself I responded correctly, that I saved Braden. I did good that night. I did what I had to. But sometimes silence is heavier than the truth. Guilt's an echo you can't silence. Trust your intuition, even when you doubt yourself. Trauma doesn't make you weak, it makes you vigilant. Caring for others means listening to children, to silence, to what you don't understand. Never ignore warnings, even if they whisper from behind a locked door. Sometimes the most desperate voices are those we never expected to hear. I moved back to Eugene in April 2023, emotionally and financially exhausted. Dropping out of university was hard, student loans piling, my bookstore hours cut, and my mental health crumbling. My older cousin Ava offered me a basement room at her house in Silver Pine Residence, temporary, but safe. That quiet neighborhood outside the city limits felt like a refuge, tall pines carpeting the nights, crickets chanting as dusk fell. I hadn't planned to babysit again. 2 years earlier, I'd suffered a total panic attack when an 8-year-old I was watching vanished in a crowded grocery store. The terror stuck. My confidence shattered. But when Ava asked if I could watch her daughter Zoe for one weekend, just until Sunday morning, I couldn't say no. Part guilt, part wanting to prove I still could. On Saturday afternoon, Ava left promptly at 5 p.m. She read a detailed routine on the kitchen island, dinner times, emergency numbers, Wi-Fi password, neighborhood watch texts. Zoe, 8, was polite but unnervingly quiet. She stayed on the couch playing a handheld puzzle game or occasionally peeking through the window at the long driveway and front yard. By 8:30 p.m., we'd eaten pasta with vegetables, played a simple board game, and watched an animated movie. Zoe mostly stayed curled into the couch arm. She occasionally glanced at the front gate through the window. At 9:10 p.m., she asked quietly, "Is the gate supposed to be open?" I turned to look. The old iron gate, Ava had told me it was rusted and locked years ago, was ajar. No wind rustling the trees, no breeze on the still air. I frowned and said I'd check it later. Zoe shrugged and returned to the movie. Around 10:30 p.m., Zoe was asleep upstairs. I curled up with tea on the couch, trying to relax. That gate incident wouldn't leave my mind. I relocked front, side, and back doors. Still felt unsettled. At 11:15 p.m., I noticed several texts from Ava, checking in, asking about Zoe's homework, mentioning some strange reports in the neighborhood. I responded that everything was fine and asked what those reports meant. No reply. I switched off the TV around 11:40, heading upstairs when I heard tap, tap, tap. My heart lurched. At the kitchen window, I saw faint condensation on the inside, but outside, I glimpsed a shadow moving slowly, carefully. No wind, no breeze. The shape blended into the darkness beyond the porch light. I froze, crouched low, spatula in hand as makeshift weapon. But nothing solid appeared. I checked Zoe's closed door. She murmured, eyes half open. Mom said not to go near the windows if he comes back. My blood ran cold. "Who's coming back?" I asked, voice trembling. She closed her eyes again, silent. I sat on the couch, nerves frayed. At exactly 12:37 a.m., I heard a metal clink outdoors. I grabbed the cordless home phone, turned off domestic lights, and crouched next to the living room front window. Through the gloom, I saw him. A man stood past the gate under dim outdoor lighting. Tall, narrow build, arms at his sides, not trying to come in, not calling out, just standing, facing the house, partially in shadow. Then he tilted his head, as though listening. My breath hitched. I dialed 911 in a whisper. I explained everything, my voice shaky, trying not to alarm Zoe. The dispatcher said they'd dispatch a car but warned that the rural location might mean a 20-30-minute wait. I turned back to the window, but he was gone. The quiet exploded inside me. I quietly checked all locks again, then grabbed a kitchen knife. I stayed on the couch, back rigid, listening for any noise. At 1:05 a.m., my phone rang with Ava calling, her voice urgent but calm. She asked if everything was okay. I told her about the man at the gate and the note about strange neighborhood activity. We agreed she would return early if needed. Time blurred. Every house creak felt like footsteps. Every rustle outside sounded intentional. At 2:07 a.m., the garage light turned on. Panic slammed into me. I crept upstairs, grabbed Zoe, and whispered, "We need to go now, okay?" She nodded silently, clutching her teddy. We moved through the house with bare feet across cold wood, doors locked behind us. The garage door slowly creaked open. Metal tracks groaned. For a moment I froze, but instead of hiding, I sprinted. Together, Zoe and I ran across the lawn, bare feet damp with dew. I guided her toward a neighbor's porch 3 houses down. Knocked frantically. The neighbor, startled, let us inside. She called the police again in calm urgency. Officers arrived within 15 minutes. They found no forced entry, no footprints, nothing disturbed inside except the garage partially open, and the front gate swung wide. I told them about the man, the note, and Zoe's whispered warnings. They scoured the yard, checked door hinges, inspected security cameras. Nothing obvious. Then an officer leaned over the mailbox and carefully pulled out a note stuck between its frame. "You were quieter this time." No signature, no other clue. Detectives filed a report, took witness statements, and increased neighborhood patrols. Ava returned at 3:45 a.m. She threw her arms around Zoe. She was shaken but relieved we were safe. We filed police statements side by side. 2 weeks later, Ava and I packed and moved me back into my cousin's apartment in town. Cameras installed at her home by the gate and driveway. Neighbors formed a watch group. The man was never found. I never babysat again. Not because I felt fear, but because something deeper lingered. I couldn't shake Zoe's unspoken knowledge. The way she half-mentioned warnings, what she heard, and what she sensed about that man and the house being watched. Sometimes late at night, I replay the vision of him standing there, tilting his head, and the note. Sometimes I see Zoe in my memory, glancing at the windows in silent vigilance as if she expected someone. Her silence haunted me more than his presence. Sometimes safety isn't about locking doors, but acknowledging subtle warnings. Childlike silence or unease often speaks volumes. Listening matters, even when explanations don't come. Trauma doesn't weaken you, it sharpens your perception. In everyday quiet, sometimes the most dangerous presence is the one who never moves but never leaves. If something doesn't feel right, trust it. I didn't think the first night I'd earn money on my own would be the night I thought I might disappear. After my grandma passed away, things got weird fast. She had raised me since I was 3, and when she died of a stroke in January, I had no legal guardian left except my aunt and uncle. They took me in, sure, but it wasn't love. I was a legal inconvenience, not someone they wanted around. They fed me, gave me a room, and rarely spoke unless they needed something. I ate dinner alone most nights and learned to keep my head down. I started looking for ways to earn money. I wasn't delusional. I knew I wasn't buying a car or getting out overnight. But I had this jar labeled Escape Fund, and every few dollars gave me a reason to keep going. That's how I found the babysitting app. Most jobs posted were taken instantly by girls with 5-star reviews and smiling photos. I had neither. No references, No experience outside of watching a neighbor's kid twice when I was 13. But on March 25th, a Friday, I got a notification. Overnight booking, one child, $140 cash. The username was Thomas Clary. No profile picture, no reviews. I hesitated, then accepted. When I arrived at 9:30 p.m., the house didn't look like a family lived there. No tricycle on the lawn, no porch light. Just a clean, quiet two-story with barely there curtains and an empty feel. Thomas answered the door in a gray button-up, early 40s maybe, hair neatly combed, polite smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "You must be Haley," he said, stepping back to let me in. "Would take an overnight." "Thanks for coming. Not many kids." "I'm not a kid," I replied quietly. Inside, the place smelled faintly like bleach. Furniture was basic. Neutral couch, blank walls, no photos, no toys, no clutter. He said his daughter Maya was already asleep upstairs. "Long week," he added with a soft laugh. "She's exhausted." I asked if I could just see where her room was in case she needed anything. He hesitated. "Rather not disturb her. She's a deep sleeper. You can just hang out downstairs." That was the first red flag. I should have trusted it more. He offered me tea, which I declined. I was already on edge. Something about the way he sat down and asked questions about my school and hobbies. Too many questions, all said with a tone that felt practiced. I gave short answers. Didn't smile. Just waited. After a few minutes of silence, he stood and said, "All right, I've got to head to work. Night shift. I'll be back around 6. Maya sleeps like a rock, but call if anything comes up." Then he left. The second the door clicked shut, I counted to 30 and started moving. I told myself maybe he was just weird. Maybe Maya really was asleep. But I needed to know. Upstairs, I opened doors one by one. The first room, home office, completely empty except a laptop and desk. Second room, guest bed, unused. Third door, totally bare. Walls, carpet, no furniture, no bedding. Just a dusty window and a light bulb. No Maya. A cold sweat ran down my spine. My hands started shaking. I grabbed my phone and texted the app's emergency support number. No response. I called the phone number listed under Thomas's profile, straight to voicemail. No personal greeting, just the default voice. I locked every door, turned on lights in each room, and sat on the couch, back against the armrest so I could see everything. That silence turned the house into a scream. At 12:20 a.m., the light above me flickered. I stared at it, frozen. Then I heard it. The front door lock shifting, keys turning. He was back. I ducked into the kitchen and crouched behind the counter. I heard the door open. His footsteps were soft, careful. He didn't call out. Didn't ask about Maya. Just walked slowly through the living room. My backpack was near the laundry room door. If I made it there, I could slip out. My breath caught in my throat as he passed the fridge. For one moment, I saw the edge of his sleeve. I moved. Slow. Quiet. Just like he had. I slipped out the side door and into the cold night air. No jacket, no shoes. My heart pounded as I fast walked through the backyard, then around the fence. I didn't dare run until I hit the corner. Then I sprinted. I called the only adult I could think of, Ava's mom. She'd driven me home from practice a few times. Her voice was steady when she picked up. I told her everything. She didn't hesitate, said, "Stay where you are," and came to get me at a gas station near the corner of Red Pine Road. She didn't ask questions right away, just handed me a hoodie and a bottle of water. The next morning, I filed a report with the police. An officer came to the house and asked questions. We drove to the address. The house was empty. No car in the driveway. No sign of Thomas. The lockbox for the key was gone. And the neighbors? One man said it had been an Airbnb for a while. People came and went. The app listing disappeared by noon. Thomas's number? Disconnected. That night I stared at the ceiling for hours. I didn't tell my aunt. She wouldn't have believed me. Or worse, she would have blamed me for putting myself in a bad situation. I deleted the app the next morning. I never accepted another babysitting job again. Later, I found out through a Reddit thread that there had been other identity scams on similar platforms that month. Some girls hadn't been so lucky. Some were never found. Some had vanished during what seemed like simple overnight bookings. What keeps me up at night isn't fear. It's the question I still don't know how to answer. Was I meant to be part of something worse? Was someone watching me the entire time? Setting the scene just to see what I'd do? Was it a test, or was I simply the one who escaped? Not every red flag will scream. Sometimes danger whispers. Trust your instincts, especially when no one else is around to tell you what's real. Safety isn't about being brave. It's about knowing when to leave, even if nothing's happened yet. Some doors should never be opened. Some offers, no matter how tempting, are bait disguised as kindness. Listen to your gut. It's not always dramatic, but it might be the only warning you get. I never wanted attention. In fact, I spent most of my life avoiding it. After the roommate drama at school, accusations of stealing my meds, talking behind my back, I'd moved out of the dorm and settled into weekend babysitting. It was safer, predictable work, limited exposure, distance from people who'd hurt me. So when I tapped steadily at the door of Hartwell Townhomes Unit 2C in Tacoma on February 18, 2024, east of Avery Street, I felt ready. Rain drizzled through clouds, gray light staining the red brick facade. The parents, Sean and Dana Maxwell, greeted me quickly, eyes downcast, voices flat. They said they had a charity dinner, would be out from 4 until 10. They handed me cash up front, told me their daughter Harper was napping upstairs. Then Dana paused awkwardly. "Don't go into the basement. We're renovating. The lock's a bit broken. If Harper wakes, you'll know. She usually cries." She didn't elaborate. I nodded. Upstairs, Harper's room was full of drawings, storybooks, soft blankets. The dresser held a few handmade clay figures, distorted faces, angry mouths, jagged eyes. She looked sweet at a glance. Curly hair, round cheeks, calm in her sleep. I set my backpack down and settled in with homework on the living room couch. The hum of the dishwasher and rain against the windows kept me company. Still, something felt off. The house was quiet, too quiet. Hardly a toy in sight, furniture sparse, no family pictures, no warmth. By 6:45 p.m. I went to reheat soup. I noticed the basement door had shifted, the gap between frame and door wider than when I arrived. I frowned, moved closer, touched the knob. Locked. Must have imagined it. Around 7:10 I heard soft shuffling below, not upstairs. I knocked on Harper's door. She lay still, eyes open, staring at the ceiling. I asked if she was okay. She looked at me slowly, flat tone. The other girl used to sit downstairs. I froze. What other girl? Harper blinked quietly. The one they said not to talk about. I swallowed hard. Harper rolled over, closing her eyes. I texted the Maxwells. No answer. I returned to the living room. Rain outside intensified. Shadows darkened corners. The soft hum of the house felt empty. That's when I felt it. Anxiety, the cracking tension in my chest. Something whispered inside me to leave. But my feet stayed planted. I picked up my phone and texted my brother, telling him I'd leave by 10. For the next half hour, I anchored to the front hall, checking the stairwell, listening for anything. Then nothing. Silence. Though my heart still rattled. At 8:20 p.m., I went back upstairs cautious. I turned on Harper's nightlight and read her a book quietly. She said nothing, just stared ahead or traced shapes in the wall with her gaze. I finished the story, tucked her in, whispered good night. She shifted, eyes closed again. Walking back downstairs, I resolved to check the basement for the sake of my brother's text reassurance. I stood outside the basement door. Rainwater dripped from the ceiling into my hair as I pressed an ear to the frame. Silence. then a whisper so faint it could have been wind. "You're not like the last one." My blood froze. I staggered back, chest heaving. I didn't know what it meant. My hands shook. I turned away, heart pounding, and stumbled down to the living area. I sat, brain racing. Questions volleyed inside me. Was there someone else downstairs? Who was the last one? I fumbled for my phone, opened my message thread with my brother. Should I tell